there a new season premiering next week? Is that why everything's slow as hell?
I have no idea when the next volume is supposed to come out. The last one was actually pretty decent. It's like they suddenly figure out how to write a story. Ow! Who did that? Who did? Fury! Hi.
Did you get hit by a fruit?
Yeah.
The page is slowing down Firefox. Hold on.
It is One Piece Day, everyone. Hello, hello. We're gonna give it a couple of minutes while we wait for Turtle to see if she can make it in.
Gotta do like this. Gotta do like that one VTuber. Hello. Oh, in parentheses, German greeting. Hello.
Hello. How's everybody doing today? We have One Piece time. I hope everybody is ready to learn about Amazon Lily and Impel Down.
Ooh, ho, ho.
What? Didn't like that?
No, that's this whole topic that we're gonna be going through.
Oh boy, yeah, it's gonna be a
Look, this is the roughest ride of the entire. This is the roughest ride of the entire series.
I'm gonna share with you my favorite ship. Okay.
All right, go for it.
And I don't know that these two characters have ever shared a scene with each other.
I mean, that's half of the Ruby ships. What are you talking about?
But it's just their vibe matches up. Okay.
Uh-huh.
So it's Coco and Flip Cole, and the ship name is Speakeasy.
Yeah, no, they have never even shared a scene. I don't think they've ever been on screen at the same time. Flip Cole was
But
the.
their energy is so good.
He was the dude with the fucking trumpet weapon, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's the guy with the trumpet with the semblance to split the four dudes into a quartet.
Wasn't he an Atlas person? Why the fuck didn't he show up during the volume that was in Atlas?
I think I heard that he did briefly.
Oh, well then it was definitely.
Or if he didn't, we found out about the other two members of Flint and Neon. But no, that's my favorite ship because Speakeasy is such a good name for a ship.
It is. Turtle is not here yet, unfortunately, Rexy. We're trying to wait out a little bit of time for her to join in. But we may start up here in a bit, regardless. So we're just kind of talking for a little bit.
While we wait a couple of minutes, Rexy,
we're gonna be talking for a little bit.
If so, do you have any characters that you would like to know the ship name of?
I mean, if she watches Ruby, then she already knows all the ship names. You can't
there
really,
are a lot to memorize.
You really can't be in the fucking fandom without being dragged into the shipping wars.
Bruh. Yeah, but
Hey,
there's a difference between knowing,
I will
Arcos and knowing, like, Speakeasy, right? Like, some of these are very well known, and some of these are much, much weaker.
Yeah. I mean, I gotta say, like, the thing that just, like, about this very... I ship you and me a bit. What about... Hey, you gotta at least have Robbie in there. Come on, Flu. It's the three of us. We're a poly thing. The big thing about the Ruby fandom that made this shit hard was that it reminded me so much of, like, back in the day with Naruto's fucking shipping wars.
I will happily say, I have never once participated in the shipping wars. In fact, for the longest time, literally, until the most recent volume, I didn't think there were shipping wars.
You can't hear King. Oh, is King too quiet?
How?
Have you not fucked with that thing yet?
What? How can you not hear me? You can hear me. What the fuck?
Well, you gotta remember that on my Discord, on my stream, it's turned down. I bumped you up to 150. Speak!
Hello?
Rexy, can you hear him better? Hey, Turtle. Okay, so Turtle's in there. He got a new microphone recently, and he's not actually fucked with it yet. Rexy says she can hear you now. And Turtle can hear you too.
Yay.
His mic is fine. I'm sure it's a great mic, Turtle, but it's the fact that he hasn't messed with, like, setting it up yet.
It was $30. It was $30 for a headset. Like, this will do for now because everybody keeps bitching about my current microphone.
Oh, I thought you got, like, a legit microphone to put, like, on a stand or some shit.
Didn't get it. Listen, I'm gonna get something nice once my bonus from work comes in.
Oh, okay.
That's the plan.
All right, never mind. It's
'Cause
absolute shit.
Based on how it's looking, I should get around, 1,500, 2,000, somewhere in that range.
Nice.
So, like, I can go ahead and spend $100 on a nice headset. Because,
Wait,
not
why
sponsored by, but hashtag...
hold on. Before you do your thing, you're a fucking streamer. Get a fucking mic, like a stand microphone, even if it's a USB one. Come on, man. Don't do a headset. Splurge, bro.
Okay, hang on.
Get you
Hashtag not sponsored by, hashtag could be sponsored by Sennheiser. Best microphone, like, just the definitive of headsets. I love them so much. And they don't just do headsets. They do, like, everything in the audio space.
Yeah.
The Germans know their audio engineering. That's
Yeah.
all I'm gonna say.
Sennheiser
Sennheiser is incredible, and for like $100, it is probably the best headset for the money that you can get at $100.
Meanwhile, I'm just using like a fucking LG headset, but I have a Yeti mic that I use for my stuff. So. Oh, Turtle's getting messed with. Rexy's playing Twix. Twix.
Oh no! Oh no! By the way, where is Turtle?
She apparently is taking care of something, so she's going to be hanging out in the chat for now.
Okay.
Yes, but she's here. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
The bamboozle. Okay, so.
Okay.
All right,
I
never
need
mind.
to say, that background looks cool as shit.
It does.
I love the Naga aesthetic.
This-
That's fucking cool.
This is Amazon Lily, which is where we are starting today. As just a little recap of what happened last time, we are not recapping the crew for a very specific reason. Everybody's gone.
Yup.
And we won't.
We're going to recap who Luffy is.
Yes. Hey,
By the
look,
way,
it's Luffy. It's done. Yes.
By the way, are you gonna go stream on Twitch? Not Twitch, Discord.
Oh, right.
Thank you.
Thank you. As usual, the start of these are always chaotic as hell, so I forgot stuff.
All good. All good.
There you go, sir. But yes, what happened last time is, of course, we got to Sabaody. Things seemed like they were okay for a while until our new mermaid friend Kami was kidnapped and taken to a human shop, to which the Straw Hats all gathered there as quickly as they could to prevent her from being sold, or at least to just buy her and free her if they had to follow the rules. Did not work out because a celestial dragon spent more money than anybody could in the first bid. So Luffy punched him after he shot Hachi, therefore summoning an admiral, causing a mass amount of chaos on the island, to the point where the Straw Hats were completely overwhelmed, until Kuma appeared and separated them all by flinging them across the world. We will tap in with them later on in the arc, more once we get closer to going to Impel Down. But for now, we are following Luffy, who has been flying for about a day
Can I
total.
ask for a small spoiler?
Sure.
Will we see the mermaid again?
Yeah,
Jamie.
Okay. I don't need to know any specifics. Just wanted to know, like...
she's fine. She got freed by Rayleigh.
Yo, you're beautiful, man!
Yeah.
Alright. That's all I wanted to know.
Yeah, she got freed by Rayleigh.
Yeah.
Everything,
Yeah.
everybody, pretty much everyone in the, we'll just cover this right now. Pretty much everybody who was involved outside of unnamed characters, got away from the Navy.
Yeah, including the one huge guy who was being led around by one of the.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. One of
yeah.
the slaves was actually freed by Trafalgar Law, that was with one of the Celestial Dragons, and he is now part of the Law's crew. He was a former captain, and he was like, you know what, fuck it. If you can free me, I'd rather, like, go under your flag than be a slave. So just sure. And so he joins up. He's not...
Trafalgar being a clear reference to the Battle of Trafalgar. Yeah.
Maybe in more ways than you think. Anyway. But yes, we arrive upon Amazon Lily, where Luffy has crashed into the forest around the area within... it doesn't... I'm really not sure what... He's not in the middle portion just yet. He's somewhere around here. Upon arriving, he apparently fell asleep halfway through the flight. Thank you for the gifted sub, King. Hey, Flu, you don't got a sub this time. Oh, good. My frames are dropping like crazy.
Wonderful.
Sometimes, man, I just really hate Spectrum so much. I think my roommate's streaming as well.
Oh no.
Anyway, but it's fine now. It's restabilized. But yeah, he's landed in the nearby forest. He has awoken himself and starts trying to figure out where everybody is, but he's also hungry. During this time, we get a bit of a comedic scene where there is a giant boar that is trying to gore him because it's hungry. But he keeps dodging it without really paying attention. Accidentally. And eventually, tries to just go. He pulls out a little piece of a Vtuber card, which was given to him by Rayleigh. Everybody on the crew had been given a piece of his Vtuber card, so they knew where to find him after the original 3 days that they were supposed to wait to meet up after the coding was done. So he sees it, it's going away from him, and he sees it's going towards the mountain. So because he's Luffy and doesn't think about going around the mountain, he decides, well, I've just got to punch my way through. So upon...
Oh, see, I thought you were going to say he just steps over the mountain.
No, that mountain... Like, no, okay. Do you see the relative size of this mountain?
Yeah. Yes, I do.
He's not that stretchy. Luffy is not the jump a tall building in a single bound
he's
situation.
He's not Plastic Man as much as he acts like it.
Correct. He can't reshape himself into objects that are useful. Anyway. But, so, he decides to use Gear 3rd, which punches a hole in the wall, and, of course, the pig then starts to freak out, to which Luffy finally notices him, and, well, the hunter became the hunted, and he became food. So he cooked up the fucking pig, mentioning that it kind of reminds him of his days back when he was, like, training with his grandpa, which he then realizes, oh yeah, that sucked. Fuck that. And he goes off to try to figure out what to do. He is not unaffected by what happened. He's starting to really like miss his friends, but he wants to be distracted because he knows that he needs to get back there. They made a promise to be back on Sabaody within 3 days. So, as a distraction, he runs across some strange mushrooms, or at least some mushrooms he notices or he remembers. The first being laughing mushrooms, which when you eat them, apparently, it does in fact make you laugh. He goes through a bunch of random emotion-creating mushrooms until he eats one that's actually a parasitic mushroom that upon consuming starts to grow them across your entire body. So he is now passed out, turning into a human mushroom patch, as 3 new people appear, native from the island, to investigate the fire that he had set in order to cook the boar. They make a mention of it shouldn't be possible, or the Navy couldn't have landed on their island without knowing about it, because hey, there's also a Navy ship off the fucking coast. And as a quick reminder, as I know everybody forgot, Amazon Lily is actually in the calm belt. A place where there's no current and no winds, at least out on the ocean.
And because of these conditions, it's a favorable nesting ground for Sea King.
Yes. And also, generally, if you're able to actually cross it, you know, you're pretty safe for most things. But our arriving friends are characters by the name of Margaret. Oh, nope. I hit copy link. I always do. We have Margaret. Sweet Pea. And Apolandra.
Yay.
Apolandra. These particular... Oh, God. I am operating with my mouse and everything this time because apparently the one thing that did get damaged in my lovely fall when I got home from my parents' house was the cord for my drawing screen. So I'm waiting for a new one to come in.
Ooh.
Yeah, that happens. But yeah. So, as the narrator provides to us, Amazon Lily is a very special island. Not just because it's a nation that is within the Calm Belt, an island that generally you're not able to get to unless you have a very specific kind of boat. It is also a nation entirely made of women. There is no men on this island whatsoever. It is a warrior race of women who live upon this island. And all of them have little snake parents. Yes. And they all have little snake friends who hang out with them. Yes. These snakes.
Can you hear me well enough?
I can hear you.
Yes.
The question is can chat hear you?
I am, because I'm a little bit away from my mic right now.
You are a little bit away, but you're good. But yes, the little snake friends, by the way, double as bows.
Weapon.
Yes, and they're effective bows. But the three come across Luffy, who has been unfortunately mushroomified by his decision to eat a shit ton of mushrooms he probably shouldn't have. This is what he currently looks like. Ta-da!
Really bad trip. It's a really bad trip.
It's a badass trip. Now, because of the coverage of the mushrooms and the fact that these Amazons are cut off from the normal world, they assume that Luffy is one of them. They just assume that, he's an Amazonian who just got herself fucked up by mushrooms. So they pick him up, take him back to their city within the mountain. Is there a good image that I can get of that?
Okay, searching.
I'm eating baked ziti.
Hold on,
Yes.
I got one.
Kuji Kingdom.
And I also have some hard strawberry lemonade.
Nice.
Ending to our personal
Is it good?
chat.
Oh,
Is it Mike's Hard
There we
Lemonade or somebody else's?
it's Mike's. I haven't tried it yet.
It's okay. That was about the only alcohol I used to drink until I just didn't drink alcohol anymore. Oh god, that's so small.
I know, it was the largest one I could find, believe it or not. The other one I saw was smaller.
I mean, I do believe it.
Expand.
Pixelate. Oh, hey, cool, it restored. Thank you, Photoshop. But yes,
Yay.
This is the Kuji Kingdom, held within the mountain. It is actually a fairly large kingdom with the palace for the Snake Empress. We actually do overhear a little bit that the members of the Kuja Kingdom are also a haven for the Kuja pirates, which is led by the most powerful warriors of the race, and of course also the queen, the empress herself. The empress being Hancock, is the leader of the Kuja pirates. There is word that they should be coming back. They're currently out at sea at the moment. and they should be coming back home sometime soon. We also learn that the reason why the Navy is off the coast but not attacking the island or trying to come to the island is because they're here to talk with Hancock, who is a member of the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Now, it's time to ask a question to see how much you remember of what we learned last time. Why would the Navy be here to talk to one of the 7 Warlords of the Sea?
Because the 7 Warlords of the Sea basically are pirates that have hit such a level that the government went, we'll freeze your bounty if you work for us.
Yes, but what event is coming up that is going to, that it would cause them to need to come and speak to one of the warlords?
Ace is getting executed, and there's going to be a flat-out bloodbath.
Yep. The possibility of war with Whitebeard has made a call for all of the warlords to come into active duty. They have been ordered into active duty, and they're here to get Hancock and transport her to Marineford in preparation for the war. But she's not here yet, and they've been waiting off the coast for a couple of days now, from what we've been told. But that's not important, as we have to deal with Luffy. So he is brought to the local doctor. She informs them of the type of mushroom that this is and says, all you got to do is pluck all the mushrooms, make sure you don't miss a single one. So they go off and they take care of that. She then says that in order to get rid of it, because the little roots are still there, is you need to burn them. So she promptly lights a match, throws it on Luffy, and he ignites. Because apparently he is very flammable.
To be fair, it might actually be all the mushrooms.
Or are they also surprised when he just ignites?
They don't bat an eye. I mean, they're like, why would you do it like that? But they don't bat an eye at the fact that he just fully ignites.
But yeah,
Cool.
to be fair, he is kind of covered in flammable material.
He is.
Even like all the roots covering him.
So that's taken care of. He is now mushroom free. They remark that he's surprisingly flat-chested, which is actually a surprising thing for any female character in One Piece, because Oda is nothing if not horny. But they kind of push that to the side for now, as he's now covered in soot and shit, and so they decide to take him to the local bathhouse to get him washed up. During that time period, they make a discovery. It seems like they missed a mushroom.
Oh no.
5 guesses on which mushroom you think it is. Your first 4 don't count. Yes, they start pulling on his dick.
Oh,
This one is really attached.
This one's really attached, and there's a little sack underneath. That's weird. Please remember, they are fully closed off from the world, and they have never seen a man before.
Where do they come from?
Oda never really touches on exactly how the Amazons produce, but I'm sure it's a lot like the Gerudo from Zelda, where they just go out every once in a while, find a man, come back. He does state, the narrator does state in his introduction that anyone born in Amazon Lily is always female. So they are not capable of giving birth to males.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. But so that's why I assume it's
weird.
like
Let's
the
roll
Gerudo.
with it.
Yeah. Who cares? It's a fucking weird world. This place. There's fruit that gives you powers.
I'm not gonna listen. I'm not gonna give Oda too much shit over an Amazon trope.
Yeah.
Like if I give it too much shit, I have to give shit to Greek mythology to
Zelda,
like, to Wonder Woman,
to everyone
to
who's
Zelda.
ever done this.
Like, how about I just leave it alone and
Yeah.
don't pull too hard at the thread?
I do have a fun history fact about that. I'm gonna leave it.
Yeah, we'll save it for later.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we not only discover the fact that they've never seen a male before, but also, man, every part of Luffy is stretchy, because they cannot even by like any chance pull it off until a new character that's actually important shows up. And I say that because there's a couple other females that are introduced, but I'm not bothered with introducing them because none of them are really important. We meet Granny Nyon.
And she always talks like this, Nyon.
No?
No, you can't possibly do that.
She is, this. This is Granny Nyon. Her snake is a staff. It stays in a staff-like state. It's very cool.
Like its silly face.
Yeah.
It looks like it has a hat.
It does have a hat.
That's cute.
Yeah.
All of them have hats. Look, there's one on Margaret's.
Huh.
They all have little hats.
They
all have little hats. Hold on,
All
I'm
the
gonna
snakes have little hats. I love this decision. Good
There's a
decision,
little
Oda.
shop. There's a little shop for snake hats.
The little shop for snake hats.
I would not doubt that. For Amazon.
There is
I think
absolutely
Granny
a
just
little shop
mixed
for
them.
snake hats. Like, just no joke. There is more than likely a little shop for snake hats. But yeah, so Granny Nyon finally arrives, wondering what all the hubbub is about because everybody's been so weird and over the last like hour or so, and she sees Luffy. And they point out the fact that there's a mushroom that's still on him, and she's like, "Oh, that's weird. Let me take a look." What? Granny Nyon knows what a man is, and immediately announces it to everyone on the island. To which they all freak out because they've never seen a man before. So,
They're like, what?
what the fuck? So Luffy is put into a jail cell and still unconscious at the moment.
And
As-
that's the natural, logical reaction
Yes.
to finding
We have just molested this man for a good several hours, and now
Well-
we're putting him in prison.
Not ours.
This is an actual correct reaction to what their society does, because men are not allowed on Amazon Lily. In many cases, any man who sets foot on Amazon Lily is usually killed.
Burn.
Yeah. So now they are trying to figure out exactly what they are going to do with Luffy, and they need to figure it out pretty quickly because, as we stated, the Empress is on her way back. And if she sees that there's a man here, that's not only going to get him in trouble, of course, but also the ones who let him into the village, being Margaret, Sweet Pea, and Aphalandra, which one of the captains of the guard say, we need to get taken care of pretty quickly because I don't want you guys to get in trouble. Luffy does eventually wake up. He is still naked, by the way, except for some bandages that they have put on him because, you know, he wasn't exactly in good shape before he ate the mushrooms, and then after getting burned, I'm sure it made it worse for a little bit. Yeah. So they, of course, you know, touched him up. He awakens, doesn't really care about the fact that he's naked. I think he notes it once and just goes, huh, that's weird. Where are my clothes? He does realize that one of the girls is wearing his hat. And upon seeing that, he stretches his arm past the bars, grabs the hat, and puts it on his head. Which
He's like, madam, respectfully, that is mine.
Which freaks all of them out.
We don't play by cowboy rules.
Which does freak all of them out, because not only did he just, you know, steal the thing right away, but also he stretched. Can men stretch? They don't know what devil fruits are.
Is this a power that all men have?
They don't know what devil fruits are. So they are a very
seems like a wildly important piece of information that they should know.
They are a very isolated society.
Remember, they're in the calm belt.
Yeah, it's
basically to go more than a little bit off of land is to risk sea kings tearing them apart.
Not only that, the news can't really doesn't really reach out this far. The only way that they generally get any kind of news is if the pirates bring back a newspaper with them. So they're very cut off from the entire world. Right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. But yeah, so there's a couple of jokes about them asking about his private parts, leading to a misconception that the sack below is full of actual jewels, and they want to see, but he's like, no, you'll kill me, because he never clarifies on exactly, you know, what those are. So they all just think he's being stingy. There is a point where his clothes are given back to him, and a few additions have been made. There's got to be a picture of it. There has to
I'm gonna
be.
see if I can find it as well.
There has to be a picture of it.
Oh, I found someone doing cosplay of it. Oh wait, hold up.
Found one?
You'd have to crop it just a little bit,
That's fine.
but hold up. It's also gonna be a little bit small. Sorry.
That's fine. I only needed to show off the design. Oh, I don't really need to crop that. Oh wow, it is tiny.
Yeah, I did my best.
It's fine. But yeah, so they've made a couple of additions. It's got some flowers on it now. It's got some frills. The frills are a little pink. And of course, Luffy, being the man that he is, and this being made in like the early 90s to, the late 90s to early 2000s, men don't wear frilly things. We're not supposed to look cute. That kind of shit. So of course he gets mad at them, and they all freak out, jumping back, readying their snake bows with arrows.
No, I'm not gonna attack you over this. I'm just upset.
He does actually try to clarify, but they're already set on seeing that he's, he's obviously a threat. He feels
men have to be illegal for a reason, and this is why clearly they're also brutish and ungrateful.
Yep.
I'm just gonna avoid the AO3 tags for this arc specifically.
Well, the rest of this arc is actually going to go pretty well, but yeah, probably. So they, of course, make that decision, and because they need to get rid of him before Hancock gets here, they immediately go, let's execute him. And they release their arrows. Now, Luffy definitely doesn't get hit, because he's able to bust his way out of the top of the cell that he's in, thanks to the fact that it's just made out of stone, and, Luffy can punch stone. It's not that hard. What is a bit of a surprise, though, is that those arrows, which look like normal arrows, just wood, a little bit of, like, metal on the tip, feathers on the bottom, they practically destroy the cell he was in upon impact.
Those things are leaving dust clouds from their impact.
They hit hard, and he does make some note of that. But we end up in a bit of a chase scene, as Luffy is now being chased across Amazon Lily, both within the Kuja Kingdom and in the surrounding parts of the island, as they try to hunt him down. He does, however, do one thing. See, there's something missing from his stuff that he really, really needs. His Vtuber card for Rayleigh is missing. So he scans the group really quick, sees Margaret, realizes, she's probably the one that's got it, and he fucking kidnaps her. Jumping over the side of the wall. It's a whole thing. It's pretty great.
And on that note, I have to go use the restroom.
God damn it. We had like a fucking 15-minute wait time, and you didn't go to the bathroom?
Called Poor Planet.
The alcohol hit.
I like this lemonade. It's nice.
Yeah, if you don't care about alcohol, it's just like an alright stuff. It definitely starts to get stronger, taste wise, when you get to the bottom of the bottle, from what I remember.
I would not be surprised.
Yeah.
I feel like that's how it is for a lot of drinks.
Why did my music stop? Oh yeah, remind me after this or sometime tomorrow to actually tell you how to set up Monster Cat. Because we were supposed to do that and I totally forgot.
Yeah. YouTube stream went well, by the way.
Good. You didn't archive it, so I couldn't watch it.
Huh?
You didn't archive it, so I couldn't watch it.
What do you mean?
You should be able to archive it, like you do on Twitch, where it saves the VOD.
Oh, on YouTube?
Yeah. We don't need to hear him singing while he pisses.
Oh, no, man.
Gotta admit, it is a pretty One Piece moment, though.
You know what? You ain't wrong. I'm gonna open my vent a little bit. It's getting hot in here. Hey, Tamer. Do me a quick favor.
Yo.
Grab an image of Hancock for me. And the Kuja
Okay.
ship.
Hancock and the Kuja ship?
Yeah.
Or okay.
Both.
Two separate or same?
Two separate.
Okay.
One and the other. It's magnificent. Apparently Rexy wants your lemonade, Turtle.
Oh, what kind of lemonade this is?
Yeah.
Or like she just wants it?
She just wants it.
Here you go. Here. Get ready. Here, take a sip.
Open your CD
Take a
drive.
sip.
She's gonna pour it in.
Oh, I'm just gonna pour it in, and then you can have some. There you go.
There we go. I think that's a pretty good one.
Let me see. Oh no, you haven't posted it yet.
I'm back.
Welcome
No, I
back.
did. I
Yeah.
posted it in our private one.
That's a
We
good
can hear
one for.
you.
But yeah, we could. We could hear you singing in the background.
Okay.
It's just like, alright, whatever.
But yeah.
Oh, hey.
What?
The Kuja pirate ship is called the Perfume Yuta.
Ah.
I didn't know that was its name.
No, I didn't either.
We learn new things every day.
Even I, an avid fan of the show, don't know all the names of the ships. Every important ship has a name, or every important pirate ship anyway. All the Navy ships are just your general shit, like battleship and all that crap.
They probably have interesting names, but this is a series about pirates. Who wants to know the marine ship names?
I'm sure Garps does, considering its entire design is based off a dog and doghouses, but...
Okay, fair enough. He's the only exception so far.
Unless it's a unique one, they don't have names. Anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, so he has kidnapped Margaret after a little bit of getting away. He has taken her to a different part of the island where she is, for one, a little fucking freaked out because they literally jumped off the top of the mountain into the forest. Which for Luffy, that's an everyday thing. He's made of rubber. He doesn't care. So he bounced them. She, of course, did not know that he could do that and thought they were going to die. There's a little bit of a confrontation where she is aiming an arrow at him. He's like, whoa, hold on. Look, I'm sorry. I really need my Vtuber card back. And she's like, what? What are you talking about? It's like a little piece of paper thing. And there is an exchange. He gives it back. He gets it back. He also asks her to remove the frills and flowers from his clothing, to which she doesn't understand because it's cute. Which, whatever. And Luffy is now determined to get off of Amazon Lily and get back to Sabaody as quickly as he can. So he's working on making a raft. Meanwhile, we go out to sea, where we see the aforementioned boat I asked for Tamer to acquire for me is on its way. I didn't mean to save. Oh, because it's not letting me save the image for this one for some reason. Oh, I'm gonna copy the image for some reason. I don't know. It's not you, it's Discord. Discord's just stupid.
As it usually
It just decides what it wants to do. Anyway. But yes, the Kuja ship, as noted by the Marines, is finally here. It's on its way. They've been waiting for like 3 days. We get a nice look at the Kuja ship. What was the name again, you said?
The Perfume Yuta.
The Perfume Yuta. Which, the reason why it's able to cross the Calm Belt and not be attacked by Sea Kings is, one, it's pulled by snakes while they're on the Calm Belt and has a little paddle boat. But also, those snakes are so poisonous that even Sea Kings will not approach them. That is how they are able to sail on the Calm Belt with no problem. Unlike Navy ships, which do require This was mentioned a long while back, and I don't think you guys remember it, and I would be surprised if you do. The special the special hull that Navy ships have, which is made out of sea prism stone, which essentially makes it so that they give off a sort of vibe of the sea, so Sea Kings generally won't notice. But if you're sitting there for 3 days, something's going to figure it out eventually, as the Vice Admiral on the ship was able to discover. As a couple of days ago, I think actually the same day, a Sea King finally decided to give a nice little poke to the ship. Now, thankfully, this guy's a little bit of a badass. He's a Vice Admiral after all, so he jumps inside and slashes it from the inside out to kill it. This is
Drax.
Except successful.
Except successful,
And,
yeah.
a decade earlier.
Yeah, well, I don't know if it ever happened in the comics. But this is Vice Admiral Momonga. He has been waiting for the Kuja pirates to arrive for 3 days now, angry at them because they've also been ignoring any type of calls that they have tried to make to them for summoning. And we will immediately learn why very quickly. As upon arriving at the ship, the Kuja pirates do note, what the hell are you guys doing here? And he demands to see Hancock, who finally makes herself known. Will it let me copy? No, it won't. Opening browser. Stupid, shitty Discord. We meet the Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock.
Wow.
She is considered...
Looks kind of like Nico Robin.
Well, that's because Oda's art style is very much the same. He's able to make different sized females that look different, but generally whenever it comes to the sexy ones, they all kind of end up looking very similar.
It doesn't help if they have the same hair.
That too.
Though
It's
hers
really
is a lot longer.
Hers is a lot longer. No.
But it's about the same level of wavy.
But she is considered also to be the most beautiful woman in the world, with the only person who could possibly compare to her being the mermaid princess down on Fishman Island. And she can use that to her advantage very well, as Momonga begins to demand that she accept the summons to Marineford, or she will be stripped of her warlord title. Now, before, Amazon Lily didn't really need the warlord title to be safe from the Navy and that kind of stuff. But now that they are able to cross the comm belt without issue, the Marines can get to the island of pirates and attack it whenever they feel. So her warlord status is pretty important for keeping her people safe. But Hancock's selfish. Like, really selfish. Thank you.
Don't we have an establishing moment for her
We do
on the
have
deck of the ship?
an establishing moment for her as she comes out of the ship, of her spot on the ship, as when she is leaving her little commendations on the ship. See, there's a lot that I forgive about her character for information that I will get to in a bit. But this is the one part about her character that I do not forgive her for. There are two cute little animals that are in the way as she is walking towards the side of the ship to speak with Momonga. Like a little
One of which is a kitten.
a little kitten, and a little seal. And she gets pissed at the fact that they were left there and kicks them out of the way.
Literally just like, Hank,
How dare you
slaps
leave
him.
these in my fucking way, and just kicks them.
she
And it's-
literally kicks him into the railing.
And it's like always this same like woman who is the person who accidentally left them in the way. I could not even begin to remember what she looks like. I'm sure there is an image of it somewhere, but how would you even begin to search that? But yeah, so that's one of her little character traits that she likes to do, at least pre-time skip. I don't think she's done it since.
Yeah, not yet. Yeah, Hancock is a bitch.
She's a bit of a bitch, and she continues to prove that by stating to Vice Admiral Momonga that she will not accept the summons, and she'll be forgiven no matter what because she is beautiful. To which everyone on the Navy ship, to which everyone on the Navy ship immediately agrees to, except for Momonga, as they are all literally lusting at her. Now.
Big old hard eyes.
Oh, big old hard eyes. Now, we do also get to see one of her more interesting funny traits, is that she looks down on you so hard that she ends up looking up instead. And that's because she bends backwards as she looks up and basically stares at the sky while degrading somebody.
Hold up, I want to see if I can find an image of it.
Yeah,
Please.
give me a shot.
Also, get an image of the result on the Navy crew coming up, if you could.
Okay, first, okay, yeah, this shot shows pretty well. Oh.
I'm gonna ask, is the snake behind her just her snake?
It's just her snake.
Or is that okay, so this isn't a double fruit thing.
No.
Okay.
That is just her snake.
Yeah.
It has a very intimidating hat.
It does.
But that said, it also has a very goofy smile all the time.
It
just
does.
loves
Very
serving
goofy
Hancock.
face, a very scary hat.
Why can I copy this one? What the fuck? Whatever. This is a little bit of a spoiler, but that's okay. But yeah, that's her thing. She degrades you and looks down on you, down her nose so hard, she ends up looking up at the sky.
All right.
Now I'm gonna get rid of that before you guys analyze it too much.
Okay,
yeah.
that one's a spoiler.
So, wait, can't you just get the result after?
I'm trying to look up the process thing, but okay, let's try broadening it a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, so speaking of devil fruits, we'll find it later, or we'll show it a different way. Speaking of devil fruits, she does in fact have a devil fruit.
Yeah, I think you said everyone at the sea has a double fruit, if I remember correctly.
You know, now that you mention it, I think so. I don't think I brought that up. No, there is one who doesn't. At least at the moment. There is one member of the current 7 Warlords of the Sea that does not have a devil fruit. But most of them do. Her specific devil fruit is actually the Love fruit. Now, the Love fruit is a very interesting devil fruit, as essentially anyone who feels lust for her, she is able to turn to stone. So if you
so let's fucking go.
So
I'm here.
that's why her beauty is actually a weapon, not just your general, oh, I'm beautiful, so men are gonna be like falling over themselves. Just the very fact that she is attractive can literally get you defeated in like 2 seconds.
I found it.
You found it?
Yep.
Yeah, there we go. So she, of course, immediately uses... Oh, come on. Really? Why is only one image out of the ones that you've found so far allowed me to actually copy it? So she, of course, turns the entirety of the Navy ship's crew, because they all came out to see the Pirate Empress, which, when it's the most beautiful woman in the world, of course these idiots would come out there and force to see her, came up to the top of the ship and immediately all got turned to stone, except for Momonga, not because he didn't feel lust for her, but because he decided to stab his hand before it could really affect him, essentially distracting him long enough to not be turned to stone. So Momonga...
I was really hoping you were going to say something stupid like was wearing sunglasses, but
No.
I way prefer this.
It does not matter whether you're wearing sunglasses or not. If you feel lust to this woman, she will turn you to stone. And it's not involuntary. She does have to activate the ability.
Yes.
Which the particular ability she uses is the love beam, which she basically makes the heart hands thing, and a beam of hearts comes out, and when it passes over you, you turn into stone. So
we have a malicious Care Bear. Got it.
Malicious
That is a
Care
good way to put it.
And if somebody
Also,
wants to clip that line, go for it.
also a Care Bear who's really sexualized. So put that
I
in your
know that
brain.
art definitely exists, but I don't
Oh,
want to imagine
absolutely.
it.
There's no the whole. It's a rule of the internet. If it exists, there's porn. So upon doing so, they are. Of course, Momonga can't do anything now because his entire fucking crew has been turned to stone, and the ship can't really move without a good number of people to operate it. He's essentially stuck, and he really can't force her to do anything because now this is something we will learn later. But I am going to express this information now because it is important. If you kill Hancock, the people she has turned to stone, even if somebody else gets the power, will remain stone forever. The current user is the one who has to reverse the process.
Ah, okay.
Now, this is something we only recently learned. I'm just dropping that now because that's some pretty big information on another reason why she's usually left alone. Because generally, you're going to lose anybody she turns to stone, no matter what, if you kill her. I don't know how common the knowledge is at this moment in time. I don't know if that's something Oda just recently came up with, but it's a bit of key information. But yeah, so the Kuja pirates raid the Navy ship, taking practically all of their supplies and a newspaper. I'm sure that'll be important. And head off to Amazon Lily to the roaring applause of all of their people as they arrive at the port, which is actually like a double steel situation. Let me move this out of the way. That right there is actually a double gate.
Oh.
So there's one on this side and
It's
one
like
on the
an
other
airlock.
side. Kind of like an airlock.
Cool.
Yeah. But yeah, they pull into harbor and start getting everything taken care of and gotten off. We see that she has that Hancock has the powerful admiration of her people. They are very much enamored with her in many ways because on Amazon Lily, it's not physical beauty that makes someone beautiful on this island, though there are plenty who are aesthetically pleasing. It's power. If you are strong, you are considered beautiful no matter what way you look. And Hancock is the strongest of them all. She is the most powerful of the Amazons. She also has 2 sisters.
Mm-hmm.
And they are important. We have Boa Sandersonia. And Boa Marigold, who is very large in both stature and size. But yeah, so that's Marigold. And that is Sandersonia. And by very large, I mean they are very fucking tall. Let me see if I could get a nice image of the 3 sisters. It does not seem that way. Hancock.
Let me see if I can.
Like out of the 3 of them,
Hold up.
Hancock is the shortest. Just
Yep,
to let
hold
you
up.
know.
Wait, actually, let me see if I can. Okay, someone did take a screen cap from one of the episodes, just showing how big these girls are in comparison to even the rest of the Amazon Lily girls.
Mhm. Like Alpha Landra
yeah.
of the little group over here is actually like a half giant, apparently. I think she's literally considered to be a half giant.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, this works. And you get to see the rest of the Kujas.
Mm-hmm.
Because I got that Pigtails was big, but I didn't really get that the other 2 I mean, I know they're
Well,
Amazons, but like,
no, she's actually not that much taller than Margaret. That's just the image.
Oh.
That leg you see
Also-
behind her is Afalandra.
Here's an image of Afalandra as well.
I'll get that up here in a second. But yeah, this is the sister's size in comparison to
Whoa.
everyone else.
Boa Marigold, the green-haired one, is 14'2".
One Piece loves size differences. In
Yeah,
the best kind of way.
There is no noted reason for this, by the way.
They are human. They're not giants. They're considered human. And it's so good. Man, I gotta open this one up in browser, of course. The other one I didn't. But yeah, that's how tall Afalandra is compared to the rest of the girls in the village. She's tall. She's very big. But yeah, so they arrive home. Granny Neon, who is preventing the who isn't talking about the fact that Luffy is on the island. She's hoping that the guards who have gone after him have taken care of him by now or close to. Which, by the way, that whole shenanigans has gone back into place where not only did the raft that he make was absolutely not seaworthy, immediately capsizing to the point where Margaret had to save his ass because she's starting to get attached. Because it's Luffy. He's a good dude. So he is now back on the run as the other guards have caught up to him and are chasing him around the island. To which, Hancock and her sisters do notice, hey, why are the guards missing? And they're like, oh, there was a wild monkey that came out of the forest and caused a little bit of havoc. So they're off trying to hunt it down. Not untrue.
This is a really important question.
Yes.
Has Luffy introduced himself with his first name up to this point?
Yes. He is at least.
Okay.
He's at least told Margaret.
Wait. No.
It's not clear if he told the others.
I'm asking if he told the person who said there's a wild monkey running around.
No, wait, I don't think he had.
No, they just made up the fact they just made up the whole monkey thing, and it's just a coincidence that his last name is Monkey.
Okay, I'm just saying because that's funny as shit.
Yeah, it was a good bit.
It's a good show.
So they accept that and start going in. The ship is being unloaded, and Granny Neon asking one of the pirates, I think specifically it's the one in the little like black half jacket right there, if there was any news from the outside world. Like, we didn't really get much, but hey, we got a newspaper. Hands it over to her. So she of course starts reading it, and Hancock goes back to the palace where we get to see more of the fact that she is selfish. As a statue that had been made by the children out of clay had been brought to the palace, and it's not like the most beautiful thing in the world, but it's really sweet. These girls, they love their empress so much. She immediately destroys it because it was made out of mud. The most precious gem that they had gotten from their conquest this time had been brought to her. It's like, it's been polished up and it looks amazing now, and it's exactly for you because it's the most beautiful one and you're the most beautiful. And she throws it away because I don't care. She's very standoffish, and again, I forgive her for this for a very specific reason, which we will get to in a bit. But yeah, so a couple of things happen. Granny Neon learns about the war because it's of course in the paper, and realizes that must be why the Navy ship was here, and confronts Hancock about having to go. You need to go because it's the only way to keep our people safe. You can't lose your warlord status. Hancock actually drops the fact that she doesn't have to listen to Granny Neon because she is the empress who abandoned them in the past to go to the outside world. So Granny Neon has left the island not as a member of the Kuja pirates. She just left, leaving somebody in her place, and eventually came back. And now she, as punishment for that choice, has to live outside of the kingdom in like it's not a shack, but her house is not within the kingdom itself. She doesn't live within the confines of the walls. And she accepts that because, you know, she went out to sea for her own reasons, and she understands that she broke a law by doing that. Even if she had been the empress at one point in time. She is no longer that, though. There is an instance where Hancock, fed up with Neon's shit, decides to chuck her out of a window, which thankfully the old woman somehow survives. Everyone in the palace was freaked out for a moment before she decides to be cute for a moment, saying, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." And they're like, "Oh, we forgive you." It's a whole thing. Luffy is continuing to run amok within the city as he has gotten back into the city limits. Thankfully, Hancock has not heard this yet. Eventually actually running across Granny Neon as she is sitting at a local restaurant eating food and reading the newspaper. She notices him steal her food, and then calls for him to come back. Not because he stole the food, but because she recognized him in the paper. Because, of course, he just punched a celestial dragon. There's no way that didn't end up in the news.
Yeah.
So she is now freaking out partially because there is a man not only worth 300 million berries on their island, but also this is a guy who was crazy enough to punch a celestial dragon.
And Granny Neon is like one of the few people
who definitely
understand the significance of that.
And she's questioning why is he here and how did he get here? Because Sabaody is not fucking close to this island by any means. And she tries
This just happened yesterday.
And so she tried to question him on it, but unfortunately she wasn't able to, as the as the Amazons are catching up to him and he has to give chase again. Now, during this whole time period, eventually Hancock decides that she wants to take a bath. Now, a very interesting thing happens when Hancock wants to take a bath. Outside of her sisters, the entire castle is evacuated, and the border to the castle is blocked off by guards and a curtain. There's a little...
This seems fair, given her abilities.
Well, again, she has to activate them herself, and she's not going to use them on her own people. So, to us, that seems a bit weird. Until a little girl who doesn't know the reason asks another Amazon why they do this, and she explains. So, it is explained that the sisters have to guard themselves off while bathing because on each of their backs is the eye of a monster. A monster that they had gone off and killed that had been very powerful and could turn people to stone. It is the apparently emblazoned on all their backs as punishment for killing this beast is the eye of a Gorgon. And if anyone were to look at it, it would turn them to stone.
Yep, the Gorgon's curse.
The Gorgon's curse. Now,
also, I got an image for you.
Oh, okay. Now,
we had this little fun imagery come up.
Yeah. That's fun. Let's put that in there. After I open it in browser. Like half of them are like, yeah, you can do that. But yeah, this is the depiction of what it supposedly is on their backs.
Yep.
At least according to the story that the Amazonian is telling to the baby Amazonian. So in order to protect everyone while they're bathing or whatever, they block off the entire castle and make sure that nobody goes in there. Speaking of going in there, the bathhouse is at the very top of the island of the palace, about right there. And currently there's somebody hoping to get a ship to get off the island that is around the edge. Luffy goes, okay, that's the biggest place, so that's probably where the person who owns a ship is. And he goes off to try to... You can totally scare Prey with that, Jesus. He goes off to try to get into the castle so he can talk to the person who lives there to see if he can get a ship. He is attacked, falls off, and falls towards the bathhouse again at the very top of the fucking castle. And he falls in. Where Boa Hancock is currently, at the moment, bathing. And he gets to see her back. Because, you know, he just fucking fell into the bathhouse. Nobody would have expected that. She wasn't exactly on guard. She thought she was fine. Upon noticing him there, she looks over and he points to her back and says, "Hey, I think I know that. I think I know what that is." But he hasn't turned to stone. So immediately we get to learn that story is absolute bullshit. But she freaks out, gets under the water, realizing that there's, you know, not only someone in her bathhouse, but also a man and a person who has just seen what is on her back that she does not want anybody to see. Her sisters barge in. They're surprised that there is a man here on the island, and they freak out a little bit. Of course, they need to kill him now. He has seen what is on her back. Nobody can know what that is. And again, it's not what was explained. So it's something entirely different that they definitely don't want anybody to see. Because they go through this entire rigmarole. Of course, she's got a pretty easy way of, you know, getting rid of anybody who sees her and she wants gone. So she tries to turn him to stone, firing the beam at him. There's a fun little joke in the Japanese where love love beam actually sounds like mero mero, which also sounds like melo melo, which is the slow beam from Foxy way back in the day. So he thinks that he's getting a slow beam fired at him, which they do in the dub, but it doesn't really come across as well because they're just like, oh, it's a beam, that kind of shit. And the voice actor actually slows down their speaking as the beam is passing over them. Oh no, I'm slowing down.
Wait,
but
going down.
I'm fine. The beam didn't work. Luffy didn't turn to stone.
Because Luffy only has eyes for one thing, and that is food.
Adventure and food.
Okay, eyes for two things, neither of which is women.
He has two eyes for two things: adventure and food.
They're of course confused for a second. They all start freaking out again with Hancock going, "What? How could that not have worked?" And they're, "No, it's impossible. No one could resist your allure, sister." So they try again. They get the same bit, and it still doesn't work. To which Luffy eventually goes, "All right, fuck this," and jumps out the window. And she, of course, goes over, yells out to everyone because they've noticed the window breaking in the bathhouse, and says that he needs to be captured. We get a little bit more of attempts to capture shenanigans before the actual Kuja pirates, the most powerful warriors within the entire village, the entire kingdom, are able to capture him. So he has been captured, and they bring him to the arena within the village, because there's a little fighting arena where they determine people's strength, and again, strength equals beauty in this entire society. Hancock is pretending like the whole eye thing didn't exactly happen, but she is demanding Luffy's reason on why he's here. And of course, he goes, "I don't fucking know. I was sent here." I don't know how I got here. I don't even know why I'm here, but I need to get back to Sabaody and get back to my friends. She's, of course, ignoring this. The others are assuming that he is in here for illicit reasons or here to destroy the country somehow. And Margaret, Sweet Pea, and Afalandra, who, again, have kind of gotten attached to Luffy, start to get worried that she's going to, do something bad to the guy. So, as much as they should keep their mouths shut, they eventually go down and try to reason with Hancock. like, you know, it was an accident. We didn't even know he was a guy when we brought him in. It's, you know, we should probably, we should let him go. He's not that bad. Like, that whole thing. Hancock seems like she's listening as she approaches the three, is speaking with them. And we learned that her beauty works on everybody. Or at least everybody in the Kuja Kingdom is absolutely a lesbian. Because she is able to get them flustered and immediately turns the three to stone for punishment for bringing a man into the Kuja Kingdom. And of course, that pisses off Luffy something fierce, because he's come to see these three as his friends. They're people who fucking laid their lives down for him just a moment ago. So of course he's pissed. He demands that Boa Hancock turn them back, to let them go. They didn't do anything really wrong. It's not really their fault. She, of course, does not listen. And they begin the trial by combat, which starts with a very large panther that is said to have killed many a person before this. To which all of the Kuja pirates, the members of the Kuja Kingdom are laughing, and they're going, "Oh, this won't last more than 2 seconds. He hasn't been fed for a couple of days. He's hungry." Luffy one-shots the thing with not even, he doesn't even stretch. He just straight, full strength punches this thing out in one shot. And that scares the ever-loving crap out of everybody in the audience and surprises Hancock and her sisters. Because this panther is pretty fucking strong, and he just one-shot it with brute strength alone. They note that he's not even using haki, which was also what was coating the arrows that did so much damage to the cell before. Mm-hmm. So they're absolutely fucking thrown by this. After that, of course, the trial combat has to continue. Only now it is time for Sander, Sonia, and Marigold to get into the mix. So they come down into the fight, ready to go, and they reveal they also have devil fruit powers.
Lovely.
They specifically have a pair of snake fruits. Let me get an image of the two of them. But, there we go. That would be their hybrid forms. Specifically, their devil fruits are... the synopsis doesn't have the names of their devil fruits? Of course not. Why would I expect any less? Marigold's is the snake fruit model King Cobra. And Sandersonia's is the snake fruit model Anaconda. Now, their abilities are not to be, underestimated. They're very good at what they do. Not only that, they seem to be predicting all of Luffy's attacks. Either able to block it pretty easily by just holding out a hand, and his attack just bounces off, much like a previous person we have run into, which was the sumo guy from last time, or able to just straight up dodge the attack before he even really gets it going. So the fight has not been going well for Luffy at all. As it turns out, the two of them do have haki, which is... Go ahead.
Did you mention that Luffy did request a timeout right before the start of the match?
No, I was going to bring up...
okay.
Yeah. He, like Tamer said, he requested a timeout because there are, 3 people who have been turned into stone still currently in the arena. And he wants to get them somewhere to safety. I think they did actually grant that.
Yeah, they did. They're like...
They did grant that. Yeah,
okay,
sure.
Okay, so out of all the cheap tricks you could have pulled, you're asking to save them? Okay, fine.
Sure, we'll allow it.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
So they get them moved out. He gets them moved out of the way onto a lower part of the arena. We also get to note that there are spikes at the bottom of the pit surrounding the arena. So falling off, not a good idea.
Not good for Luffy.
No. Marigold is also able to spit poison, I believe, much like an actual cobra.
Correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, some species of cobra.
Some species of cobra. But she is able to spit out poison, which is causing a bit more of a problem for Luffy, as while the poison itself has not hit him, it is evaporating into the air and causing a poison fog to start forming around him. So that's starting to mess with him a little bit. He's put on his back leg for a good portion of this fight, mostly due to the fact that these warriors have abilities that he is not able to contend with. The hockey that he is facing is it's too much for him to be able to handle, because we've run into the ability to predict moves before. Test time. Do you remember where?
I remember making the your next line is joke when it happened, but I don't remember when it happened. I remember making the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure reference, but I don't remember when it actually occurred.
All the way back on Skypiea. When we ran into the priests in general all had mantra.
Oh yeah.
So they're using an ability that's very similar to that, but they're not calling it mantra. They're using an ability known as observation hockey, which does the exact same thing. It allows them to predict the movements of their opponent and be able to act accordingly. So they are easily dodging past all of his attacks, figuring him out. Even when he goes into second gear, he's still having trouble with them. Eventually, they do get a hold of him, and while he's being constricted by Marigold, Snake Tail, yeah, it was Marigold. Sandersonia decides that she really wants to stick it to Luffy for him not only coming to their island, but also insulting her sister multiple times. It's been a bad day at the moment for them, and she wants to really make Luffy pay for that. So she goes and grabs Margaret's statue with her tail, with the full intent on destroying her in front of Luffy. Even to the point where she does a little fucking countdown for it. And he's screaming at them to stop, telling them to just put her down. They have nothing to do with this. Don't do this. And just before Margaret is about to be destroyed, a pressure comes off of Luffy as he yells one more time, expanding across the entire arena, and also seeming to blow past Hancock and blowing her hair into the air. And everything pauses until members of the audience start passing out. Margaret, it's similar to something we've already seen before, by the way.
With the certain flying fish riders.
Not just the fish riders, but also back in the human shop with a member with our Dark King Rayleigh.
Yep.
Sandersonia and Marigold are both, of course, shocked by this because they know what that is. He just fucking used Conqueror's Hockey, which is insane. How can this little boy have this? How can he be standing at the same level as their sister, who also has Conqueror's Hockey? As we quickly learn, it's a very rare ability. About 1 in every million people on the planet have it. And you can't just learn this ability. You have to be born with it. Luffy is a man who is meant to stand above others. So, in response to that, and the fact that they just got hit with the very willpower of this kid that they were messing with, Sandersonia gently sets down Margaret's statue and allows Luffy to once again move her safely off to the side. Their stun starts to go away because they start to realize that, he did this, but it doesn't seem like he knows what he did. Because Luffy definitely doesn't know what he just did. Mm-hmm. He just thinks they stopped and just changed their mind. So he's like, all right, I guess you guys aren't all that bad. That's cool. All right, let's go again. I'm ready now. And the fight starts anew. Now, Luffy, feeling more confident in the fight, is able to start getting one over on them. He is able to start actually landing hits. He's getting past their observation hockey, as now in in second gear, he's able to outspeed them before they can really do much. They reveal an interesting ability where they're able to convert their hair into snake-like creatures. And also, Marigold apparently is immune to fire because she sets herself ablaze for hers. Calling it the salamander technique. But Luffy eventually ties the two together by the ends of their tails. At one point, he is able to dodge around an attack that causes Marigold to fall into Sandersonia, who is starting to get burned by this instance. Of course, because she's not immune to fire. So Marigold, trying to save her sister from, a pretty bad burns and shit at her own ability, pushes her away to where she starts to fall over the side, and she grabs the edge of the audience. Now, it shouldn't be too hard for her to get back up, but there's a very major problem that is happening right now. Her clothes are burning. Her cape is burning. And if her cape burns away, her back will be exposed. Now, Luffy remembered them talking about the fact that they would die to keep the secret on their back a secret. So being the dude that he is, jumps over onto Marigold and covers the spot on her back that they don't want people to see. Despite the fact that she's still kind of on fire. It's going out, but she's still a little on fire. This, of course, shocks Hancock, who sees this. Marigold, or Sandersonia, calls out saying, "Why aren't you attacking him? Get him!" And she's like, and Marigold's like, "I can't. He's protecting us." Because, of course, he's covering up the portion of her back that they don't want people to see. After about a moment, Boa orders everyone to evacuate the Colosseum, and they all freak out and get out of there because, oh god, if we see her back, we're gonna get all turned to stone, and we gotta go. Which, by the way, the Amazonian people think that their devil fruit powers comes from the Gorgon. They never told anybody that they have devil fruit powers. Yep. About the only one on the island that does know is Granny Neon. And that's it. Who does stay behind, by the way. But yeah, Luffy has just, he doesn't know these people. He doesn't have any reason to protect these people. He still put himself out there to protect the secret that they would die to keep. And this has messed with Hancock in a way that many people have not been able to in a long, long time. To the point where she's actually tearing up. Now, she's not fully turned off bitch mode yet. As once the entire place is cleared out, she has cleared Luffy of his crimes and says, "Fine, you're fine. I'm not gonna try to have you killed anymore. But you still have to make a choice. I understand that you would like to get on my ship to go back to Sabaody to get to your friends. So I have a proposition for you. You can either board my ship to go back to your friends, or I can turn the three that I turned to stone back to normal." Thinking, of course, the three of them thinking that his own wants would come before others.
But that's not who Luffy is.
That's not who Luffy is. You're absolutely correct.
Luffy is too good of a person.
Doesn't even fucking hesitate. He immediately, he gets on his hands and knees and thanks her for wanting to turn them back, and that's what he chooses. Which just throws her again.
Nope, he's gonna choose his own selfish desires over the safety of. Thank you for turning them back. Then
that's so cool. Thank you. You're really cool, Hancock. Or I think he actually continued.
Fucking excuse me.
He more continuously gets her name right. I think he called her Hammock.
Oh yeah, that's right.
He's not good at names, at least for people he's just met. Especially people he was pissed at 2 minutes ago. Yeah, but I don't think anybody's gonna really mess up your name to the point where you never say it truly, right? Or at least be like, "Hey, what was your name again?" Luffy never does that. He just fucking He just says whatever comes to his brain first.
Yeah, isn't that right click?
Yeah. But yeah, so she of course turns them back, and they go outside to the others, who are shocked at the fact that they were turned back to normal and wonder what happened to Luffy. The three do not remember anything that happened outside of trying to convince Hancock to let Luffy go. And they get filled in a bit on the situation later on, but they do express that no, Luffy wasn't killed or anything. They actually took him back to the palace, which just shocks everybody else. Up in the palace, Luffy is hanging out now with the two sisters as Hancock is doing something behind a curtain. They expressed thanks for the fact that he was willing to guard their secret, and he's like, don't worry about it. You guys said it was important, so I figured that I should do that. You know, he doesn't even care. He doesn't think he did anything big. He is really hoping for a banquet now. He wants food.
Because he's in a palace and he wants food.
Well, no, he just...
Which is fair.
It's a tradition at this point that after a big fight, there's supposed to be food. So he's wondering where the food's at.
That has happened literally every time, hasn't it?
It's pretty much every time. There's always a banquet after a big fight.
I haven't really thought about it, but like, yeah, every time there's a big
where's
fight.
the food?
Where is it?
Usually it comes from the people that were allies with him at the start of the fight. But yeah, every time there's been food at the end of the fight.
Yep. Every time the big bad of an arc has been taken care of. Hancock, who is still behind the curtain, eventually calls for Luffy to come join her behind the curtain. And he's going, oh, is there food back here? Oh, sweet. And he goes behind and he sees a naked Hancock. And goes, that's not food. And she's like,
what's going on here?
And she's just...
Luffy, it very much is.
She's just like, oh, God, really? It just like drops her close to the side. And her snake turns her around. Her hair is still covering her back. But she does basically say, you said before that you recognized this mark. You said that you've seen it before. I want you to look at it again and tell me if you know what this is. So, despite the fact that it is a very painful action for her, like mentally, she is about to expose her back to someone. On her back, we get to see a marking. A scar, essentially. There is a circle with 3 triangles on the top and 1 triangle at the bottom, sort of looking like a claw. This is...
That's Kuma, isn't it?
No, this is not Kuma. Kuma is a paw pat.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is... Luffy takes a look at it for a little bit, to which Hancock goes, can you hurry this up, please? I hate showing this. Like, this, it's very extraneous for her to see it. We get a brief flash to him thinking about Hachi and thinking about the mark on his forehead, which is what he thought he saw. He didn't really get a huge amount of time to take a look at the mark in the bathhouse, so he didn't get enough time to really realize that it wasn't the exact same thing. But we do come to learn that there is a reason why the 2 markings are similar. I'm gonna get a thing for you really quick. Just need a mark of Hachi's forehead.
All right. See if I can.
There we go. That works.
Okay.
Sure, when he was tied up. Why not? But yeah. The mark he is thinking about is the one on his forehead, which is that little sun mark. But there is sort of a similarity between the 2.
Yeah.
Mostly the circle in the middle. Hancock does remark that she understands why you would think that, as the 2 markings are actually very similar. We come to find out that this is a brand, and
Yeah, it looks.
it's
like
a burn.
one.
It's a burn scar.
I have
This is the
I have been around the part of the internet and seen
Yeah.
my share of brands. And yeah, that. Mhm.
This is the mark of the Celestial Dragons. This is the mark that they brand all of their slaves with. Hancock and her sisters are former slaves of the Celestial Dragons. And it is not a happy memory whatsoever, as we quickly find out when, as Hancock is telling the story of how they were captured, put up for sale when they were children. Like, they were maybe like 7 to 10 years old when they were out on the sea as part of the Kuja Pirates. So they were pretty powerful as kids, at least enough to get onto the boat. Somebody, broad daylight, kidnapped them and took them to a human shop. And where they were sold off to the Celestial Dragons and eventually marked. So they were also force-fed their devil fruits by the Celestial Dragons. So their powers even are a result of their slavery. Eventually, they were released. Not by the Celestial Dragons just deciding they're going to be nice people. No, we get the story about a fishman who climbed the fucking sheer cliff that is the red line up to Marijois and attacked the Celestial Dragons. And he attacked them for a very specific purpose. He went there to free slaves. Now, he wasn't known for liking humans, but that didn't stop him from freeing anyone he could get to. He was there mostly for the fishmen who were also under...
But he wasn't going to just ignore
Yes.
a human slave in the process.
Exactly. Because of that, they were set free. Eventually, they were found by Granny Neon, who had gone out into the world to find them, essentially. That wasn't her only reason, but it was part of her reasons for going out to sea. Which is even more fun as to why Hancock is just so standoffish with her. But her demeanor, the way that she acts around people, especially men, considering these are the first men that they ever got to experience way back in the day, being the most disgusting ones you could possibly run across, since they were Celestial Dragons, her demeanor towards people makes a lot of sense. She can't let people get close because she doesn't want her people to know that she was a slave, which is why they invented the whole Gorgon story to begin with. It is to prevent her people from ever knowing what she has gone through and her sisters have gone through. But yeah. So she turns back to Luffy. I believe she is at least robed herself by this point. I don't know. I can't remember specifically, but she turns to him and asks a very specific question. Do you think less of me knowing that I was a slave? To which Luffy responds, nah, not really. I don't care. Which gets her to do something that apparently nobody has really seen in a long time, where she starts to just...
Smile?
Yes! She just fucking smiles.
I'm sorry for like dead calling.
No,
that,
you're
but
good. It's fine.
It's always thing they haven't done in a long time. Smile.
It's
Yep.
it makes it's a good thing
It's a
to
good
guess.
trope. It's a
Uh-huh.
good trope.
It's one of the most simple things to do, and to have that simple thing never happen.
She also immediately throws her sister off by going, "Well, you wanted to ride back to Sabaody. You can take my ship." Like, she just immediately offers up the ship to allow for him to go. To which the sisters are like, "What are you talking about? We can't let a man on our ship. That's not how it goes. Like, don't worry about it. It's fine." Granny Neon
Anyway,
is
I
starting to
gotta
get...
head off.
Okay. Granny Neon starts to get a little suspicious about this, but she just doesn't fully think about it for right now. Everything's settled. It's all good. A banquet is held in Luffy's honor, which...
Question.
because food. Hancock
I have a
is...
question.
Oh, you have a question. My bad. Go.
Does she know that he has a bounty on his head?
Hancock? I think by now she has been informed that he's a pirate. Yeah.
Interesting. Interesting.
Yeah.
Continue.
But yeah, So she's not taking part because she doesn't feel.
My name is Monkey D. Luffy, and I'm going to become the king of the pirates, and in the process, befriend every warlord of the sea.
Well, that's not true. He's beaten up too.
And in the process, kill or befriend every warlord of the sea.
There you go. That's a little more accurate.
And we'll keep killing them till they are all my friends.
I'm not going to acknowledge that. Anyway, but yeah, a party is held. Originally, the Kuja think that, oh, Hancock must have done this so that we can lure him into a false sense of security so we can attack him, because they don't understand why he's allowed at their banquet. But eventually, he turns all of them around when he, at the point of them starting to think that they have the advantage to attack, yells out, "What are you all doing?" And they think they're caught. But he's really like, what the fuck? We're supposed to be partying! And he starts singing Bing Sake.
He starts singing Bing Sake?
Badly. And banging pots and pans together.
Is there footage of... Did this part make it to the anime?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Can you play? Can you play? Any excuse to hear Bing Sake, even done poorly.
Fine, sure. Get me fucking copyright stricken on every single one of these VODs. Why not?
I thought you said you have it on any of them.
I've gotten copyright hit. I don't get paid, so it doesn't matter. What'd you say? What'd you say, Turtle?
What?
What did you say?
I didn't say shit.
You said something.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay, cool. Alright, here we go. Yeah, it's like, it doesn't affect, like, the visibility or anything, but I have gotten, like, little strikes on it each time. So if I could monetize, it would probably be limited at best. Alright, can you see it?
Yep.
Oh yeah, let me stop the music.
Wait, huh? He's acting strangely. No, he saw us. You're all pissing me off! I've had enough of this! He must have figured it out. We were too slow.
But it doesn't look like he'll surrender. He'd rather fight us to the death with that pan and ladle than step down.
Just the type of thing we should expect from a man. Move! Let's get him!
Got it in her mouth.
Why isn't anyone singing? And what's with you guys? Now listen up! You're not doing it right! This is how you celebrate! Yo-ho-ho! 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 Gather up all of the crew. It's time to ship out Binks's brew. See wind blows to where who knows? We will be our guide. Sing it! Or across the ocean's tide. Rays of sunshine far and wide. Birds they sing a cheerful thing.
What's he doing?
Men are so weird!
Wow, this is even funnier than the dance you do when you're drunk, Sweet Pea.
That it is indeed. I admit defeat.
There you go. And now everybody on Amazon Lily likes it.
That was wonderful. That was delightful. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. You're just really lucky I don't have to monetize these. I don't have the ability to monetize. I don't have enough followers on my YouTube channel. Anyway. But yeah, so they've all turned to his side. There is many an instance where there are many women who want to touch him to the point where a business is created around it for a moment. Because they heard that he is leaving in the morning on the ship, so that everybody wants to be able to pull his cheeks and stretch him out as much as they can before, he leaves. And he gets annoyed by this because he's trying to eat. And he can't eat when they're pulling on his cheeks. So he eventually gets out of there, and with the help of Margaret is able to get away, and they head off to where they know that Luffy will be able to eat in peace. away from everyone trying to mess with his face. So they head off to Granny Eon's house, where she is still reading the paper. The days have been eventful. She hasn't really had the chance to do as much reading as she probably would have liked. And after settling in, she starts making note of what's going on in the outside world. Specifically, Luffy finally learns that his brother is up on the execution block, and that he is currently being held and impelled down until the execution within about a week. Of course, this freaks him out. Understandably. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I'm talking to a cat.
Oh. But yeah, so he yells at her, "That's my brother. Ace is my brother." And she's like, "What? Are you insane? You gotta be kidding." Of course, you know, Porcus D Ace is in there, so she assumes that he is telling the truth. And he's like trying to find out how to get there. Like, there's gotta be a way I can get there so I can save him. And she expresses, "You're not gonna be able to get there very fast on a pirate ship. Maybe if you got onto a Navy vessel." Well, isn't it convenient that there's a Navy vessel just outside the country? The only problem is in order to be able to get onto that Navy vessel, there's only two ways. Either he gets himself captured or he sneaks aboard. Which the latter is not exactly very easy, even for him. Because, well, Luffy is nothing if not a boisterous boy. So there, she brings up the fact, well, you know, Hancock is a warlord, which does shock Luffy because he wasn't paying attention ever until it's convenient for him. And goes, "You could ask her to sneak you aboard. I don't think she'll say yes, but you can always try." So they head off to the castle in order to see what exactly it is, if she would be willing to go aboard the Navy vessel to accept the summons to Marineford and help get Luffy into Impel Down.
I mean, it's a couple of things, right? The name is Porcus D Ace, and also, let's be real, Ace and Luffy do look a lot alike as far as One Piece characters go.
They do have a good amount of similarities, yes. Now, upon arriving at the castle, they are quickly approached by one of the attendants who is in a state. She is freaking out because apparently, all of a sudden, Hancock has come down with some kind of sickness, and they can't determine what it is. So she is like, it's a high fever. She is wriggling in her bed. That whole the sick shit stick, and they're like, "What? How? This is terrible timing for this." But they go to see her she is informed that Luffy is here to see her about something, and she immediately sits up in bed and goes, "Let me send him in. Let me see him." Which, to her sister and Neon's surprise, is very sudden, which continues to make Neon very confused. So she meets Luffy out on the balcony, where he expresses, "Oh, you're sick? Are you okay?" And she's like, "It's fine. Don't worry. What do you need?" And he's like, "Okay, I know this is probably a lot to ask, but I need you to accept the summons from the Navy so you can help me get into Impel Down. I need to get there to save my brother." And her sisters, of course, yell at him, saying, "You fucking selfish man. Of course you would do something like this." But they're immediately cut off by Hancock agreeing, no questions asked. And Granny Neon finally figures out what's going on. It's something that very rarely happens to a member of the Kuja Kingdom. And it's a sickness that has killed them before in the past. Because Boa Hancock has fallen in love with Luffy.
Let's go!
Yeah. Oh my god.
He is head over heels for this boy and will literally do anything for him. Granny Neon even quotes something Sanji said a long time ago, saying there is a saying in the East Blue for this kind of thing: love is like a hurricane. So apparently,
if I may, real quick.
Yes.
If I may, real quick.
Uh-huh.
What's her name again? My brain just blanked. I know it starts with an H, and I just.
Boa Hancock.
Okay, yeah. Okay. So Boa Hancock has fallen in love with the foodie ace.
With the most ace character in this entire series. Yes.
Yes.
Incredible.
So
incredible. Which honestly, it's great considering her powers.
Yeah. Well, thankfully for Boa Hancock, she's just saved herself, as Granny Neon will later express, that by accepting Luffy's request and going with him to help get him into Impel Down, she is able to essentially fight the disease by being near him more, essentially. Because for some reason with the Amazons, if they fall in love, if they don't actually be with the person that they fall in love with for at least a certain amount of time, it will kill them eventually. I don't know. I'm not the author. This is Oda's thing. Whatever, it's convenient for us. Because now we get to go to Impel Down.
It's sappy, and it's trite, and it's cheesy, and I love it.
It's done in such a funny way that you don't really question it. But
it's just like, really? Him?
Uh-huh.
Him? All right, I guess.
But yeah, so Luffy will be taken with Boa Hancock to the Navy ship, where she has contacted Momonga and said, yes, I will come with you to Marineford. I will accept the summons, but on one condition. I want to go to Impel Down first and meet the man that I am going to be putting my life on the line for, to see him killed. And
which is a pretty reasonable request.
Which is why they accepted.
Yeah. They're like, well, you're going to stick your neck out to make sure this guy is executed. Yeah, sure, you can meet him first.
So they...
Yeah, why not?
So in the morning, donning a large cloak in order to hide Luffy, who is currently wrapped around her body, which is a time for her, because of course she needs to tell him to like adjust himself a couple of times, and of course that means moving up and down the body a little bit. So she's having a good old time. Eventually, she finds her way. They find their way onto the ship, where they are able to keep the Marines from noticing that Luffy is there for a whole week, because Hancock is good at making sure that nobody can remember shit. By that, I mean anybody who tries to sneak a peek immediately gets turned to stone. Because she did reverse...
you're doing that because they tried to sneak a peek at your body. That's totally fair.
Yeah.
This is such good top cover. I love it.
She did, of course, upon arriving back to the Navy ship, turn all of the Navy soldiers she turned into stone back to normal. Yes. While we're on our way, before we do something else, because we are going to cut away from this for a tiny bit to go check on the rest of the Straw Hats, we actually learned something else. There has been an incident in the New World between two of the four emperors.
Wait, remind me. So there's emperors of the.
It's actually involving three for two separate things, but the four emperors are the four pirate captains who basically rule over the New World. They have a lot of territory in there, a lot of power behind their name. They are to be feared, and in a sense, any one of them is almost just as powerful as the Marines themselves.
So
organization-wise,
7 warlords of the sea, 4 emperors of the New World, and currently no pirate king.
And there is a very good reason for that, but we'll get to that way later. But
the last one died, so that's gonna leave a vacancy for a bit.
And to get to the island where the One Piece is actually a lot harder than you think.
Yeah, you're probably right, but we've already established it's not fucking easy.
Yeah.
That's already been made clear.
Well, it's even harder than you think. There's a very specific reason, but again, we'll cover that later. But yeah, so in the New World, 2 incidents have happened. One The barricade that had been set up around where Whitebeard's territory was to try to ensure that he does not come to Marineford to fuck things up, that's disappeared. They have lost contact with those ships. It's very clear that Whitebeard is now on the move. But not only that, there was actually a clash that happened in the New World between two emperors. Not Whitebeard and somebody else, but between Kaido and Shanks.
Ooh.
Because Kaido was attempting to go after Whitebeard, and Shanks got in the way. So now it is very clear that the attack on Marineford is going to happen. This will be war. There's nothing to stand in Whitebeard's way anymore. But yes, so beyond that, we go off and we check on the other members of the Straw Hats and where they ended up. It's gonna be a pretty quick one. I'm not gonna put too much emphasis on it, but let me.
I'm gonna ask for just one quick break again before we do this rundown.
That's fine. We're making better time this time. I actually got through an entire arc.
Yeah. Yo ho yo.
As he goes to piss in the ether.
Gather up all of the crew. It's time to ship up Binks' brews.
He just cuts out. Speaking of, I forgot to turn my music back on.
Hi.
Hi, how you doing? You having fun?
Yeah.
Did you like Amazon Lily?
Yeah. It's good.
Yeah, well, get yourself ready. I hope you remember some names because we're about to run into a lot of familiar faces.
Awesome. I don't. That it'll be fun.
I'm sure you'll remember them as they come up.
I'll remember the faces. Just I suck at names.
Yeah, it's fine. But yeah, we are going to prison after all, so there may in fact be people we know in that prison already.
Wow. That's wild. I had some kettle corn.
Oh.
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 Yeah. I need to figure out a stream schedule. I want to stream more consistently.
Yeah, especially now that a thing is going to happen.
Yeah.
Any word back on that?
I mean, she started on it.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. You did show the video. That's right. Duh.
Yeah. Yeah, the thing that I sent was like, hey, look at this. I can start doing the rigging thing. She said she's gonna start like from scratch with it.
Mm-hmm.
So like starting at the face and then going out.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, just send me updates. And she's like, I will definitely send you updates.
Yeah. And if it turns out really good, then I will reach out to her as well. Because I tried reaching out to somebody, but I have not heard back yet.
Yeah.
Now to be...
She asked me what my like time range is that I want it by, and I was just there like, can you have it to me ready by the middle of August? He's like, yeah, I could definitely do that. And I'm like, all right, cool. Then
Fury, shut up.
You know?
Yeah.
Who'd you tell to shut up?
Fury. In the chat.
No. Oh shit. Let me.
Apparently.
I should open up the chat.
Apparently, we haven't been as tight-lipped about it as I thought we were.
I haven't mentioned it.
I know I accidentally dropped a little bit of information a couple streams back, but not since.
I haven't mentioned shit.
I know. I just blamed myself.
Yeah, I know.
But the answer is maybe. to you, Fury.
I was like, perhaps we may be. That might be a possibility.
I
How
need to
many people are
find an
listening?
editor. Currently I have 7 viewers.
Alright. Hi.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Hey, sweetheart.
But yes. All right. So, starting with Nami, she has been flung onto a sky island, somewhere in the world. I don't even think they're in the Grand Line, to be totally honest. But it is a sky island known as Witheria, which is very interesting, as Witheria is a island that is in and of itself. Essentially, it is full of old men scientists who study the weather and create these insane weather-related inventions. She gets a brief instance where she is taken down to an island that has not received rain for a very long time, and after discussing a price, which apparently the guy is terrible at negotiating, because he initially starts with like 100 million for rain, he then goes down to like 100 berries. So he's very bad at that, but I think Nami helped discuss some shit or whatever, and they got some actual like good out of that. But he produces these weird bubbles that have little rain clouds in them out into the sky, where they pop and gather into a big old storm cloud that just starts to rain on top of the island. Back inside of his house, his bathroom doesn't have a shower, or it has a shower head, but upon twisting the shower head, it doesn't produce water. It produces a little cloud that pops out and starts showering hot water on top of Nami. This place is very, very interesting. And she's very interested in wanting to learn. And upon finding out that it's going to take a little while for them to get to Sabaody, because they're kind of at the mercy of the wind, and they're kind of on a cloud, she doesn't really have a choice at the moment. She tried using one of the little ships to get down but she can't drive them. She's not good at it. But yeah, so Nami is ended up there.
I thought she was good at driving everything. I thought that was her whole character.
Their ships are weird in the fact that they use like bubbles as like the propulsion system and all that. It's something she would definitely learn how to handle, but it's going to take a lot longer than it would for the waiver from back in the day.
Just not the fish to water she was on the other Sky Islands navigation system.
Correct. Because this isn't like a waiver. It's not going onto something solid. It is flying in the air.
Okay.
But yeah, so she's ended up there. Frankie has ended up on Katakuri Island, which is a large island somewhere in the Grand Line. It's a winter island. It's covered in ice, but also the people there are actually pretty technologically advanced. We very quickly learn that this is the island where Vegapunk was born. Vegapunk being the genius behind most of the advancements within the current world, including the development of the Pacifista project, the ship coding, figuring out how to make inanimate objects eat devil fruits, which is your favorite thing in the world. Stuff like that. So Frankie has ended up there. He was heavily damaged. Currently, he's currently being powered on tea because they didn't have cola, but they find cola in Vegapunk's old lab. So he gets fixed up eventually. And, much like Nami, his goal is to try to get back to Sabaody.
Like, he can be powered on anything, but it has its own different effects, and tea just mellows him out.
Mellows him out. Doesn't make him the Frankie that he truly is. But yeah. Sanji, I need to preface this. Oda has been around for a while. One Piece has been around for a while. When it comes to certain things within the LGBT community, Japan is not the best culture for that. Especially their depiction of those who enjoy cross-dressing. Or are gay. but he ends up on a place called Momoiro Island, or the Pink Kingdom, which is, we're not going to acknowledge it too much. I originally thought that Oda had recently come out and basically stated that he regretted it, that he had done something like that, but he hasn't really spoken on it since, that I can find any information on. But he's also done a much better depiction of people who are trans in that sense, most recently within Wano. But yeah, it's the general, like, sort of weird, monstrous depiction of those kind of people that he chose to go with for that's what was funny then. And yeah. I don't like it either. But yeah, so that's where Sanji has ended up. He feels like he's in a personal hell now because he's now surrounded by not beautiful women that he would rather be around. It sucks. So we're not going to talk about Sanji much. Usopp has ended up on a strange flower-like island in the Grand Line, known as the Bowling Islands. Now, the reason why these islands are strange is because the Bowling Archipelago is made up of man-eating plants. Like, practically all the plants in there, and the actual islands themselves, are man-eating plants. And they produce food, like fried food, like shit that would make you fat, inside of the island to attract sea kings onto them so they can devour them.
So they bait in sea kings.
And once you get in, everything in there is meant to keep you in there, including like these massive bugs that live on the flowers that essentially work in symbiosis with the flowers, making sure that anything that isn't them or other plants stays near the middle of the island where the mouth is, because these eventually close and anything that isn't nailed to the ground essentially falls into the mouth to be eaten, including, as we got to see in one scene, a giant hippo sea king that came onto the island because it smelled all the good food and got fucking eaten.
All right, now you can't just say giant hippo sea king and not put image of giant hippo sea king.
If I can find it. Nope. I don't even think that I will be able to see it. Yeah, there's no images of it. I'll try to find the scene for you later and I'll show it to you then. That's the best I can do. But yeah, so yeah, that's the island he's stuck on. It's not exactly the most advantageous. He is not there alone. There is another man by the name of Hercules, who is basically dressed as a Hercules beetle in a sense, and has been living on the island for quite some time because, as previously mentioned, it's not easy to get off this island. But that's him. There's Hercules.
I like it.
Yeah.
By the way, on the note of Hercules Beetle.
Yeah.
I thought the demo for Pikmin 4 was out already. It doesn't drop till the 30th.
Aw.
So yeah. However, I also found out that apparently we have a release date for the physical version of the Pikmin 1 and 2 collection.
Oh yeah.
September 22nd.
Ah.
So, very excited about that. Pikmin 2 was a video game I bought before I like researched video games online. I was much younger at the time, right?
Yeah.
And so this is a video game that I picked off the shelf because the box looked neat. And it was one of my greatest experiences in gaming. It was so exciting and interesting and just a new thing around every corner. So I'm super, super excited to be able to not only play Pikmin 2, but play Pikmin 1 and just actually be like, here's my collection. We're getting to the point where there's only a few. We have every game I could want from the Wii U on Switch. We're approaching the point where my list of GameCube titles that I need ported is finally winding down.
Yeah.
I don't need Melee because I think Smash Ultimate is phenomenal.
The people who love Melee would just complain anyway.
But I still need Pikmin 1 and 2 are on the list, and then I definitely still need Thousand Year Door and the Pokemon Coliseum and Gale of Darkness.
Yeah.
Like, that's kind of my... Prime would have been on that list, even as somebody who hasn't played Metroid much at all before, but Prime got released.
Gotcha.
So...
Oh yeah, Turtle, by the way, Fury, actually, we had not talked about it. Fury was just able to put 2 and 2 together because he's talking about the same things with people.
Yes. Fury is just smart boy.
This is okay. It's got to be somebody with an IQ in this chat. But yeah, so that's where Usopp has ended up. Now, Brook ends up on a very interesting island. And I say interesting because when he lands, the people he ends up landing around within like a circle of are actually currently working on a summoning ritual to try to bring Satan to them to fight their enemies. And of course, Brook kind of showed up right there and then. So they immediately start thinking that he is Satan, answering the call of their summon to defeat their enemies, which is the Long-Arm tribe who have been fucking with them for so long because these people are too lazy to fight for themselves. And I'm not even kidding. That's literally the reason why they're constantly bullied by the Long-Arms, because they're too lazy to fight back. And there's a funny joke where he sees a young woman. He asks to see their panties, and the guy who was in charge of the summoning circle yells that he wants to see underwear. Show him! And everybody lifts their ropes, including the men. And I think there was only the one girl there anyway. So, so he got to see panties, but at what cost?
I'm gonna say right now, this cutaway is not in the best taste, as we've already addressed. But I do get some satisfaction. Oh wait, this isn't the same cutaway. This is a different place.
No, this is where Brook ended up. Yeah.
I'm very satisfied that, like, I'm at least satisfied that after the shit that happened where Sanji was, at least Brook kind of got what was coming to him finally for asking to see every lady's underwear all the time.
I mean, Brook may be actually showing a little bit of his bi side because he's not entirely against it.
Alright, fair enough.
Because like he initially starts going, no, I didn't mean you guys to. Wow. So he might have a little bit of a bi side going for him, to be totally honest.
Hey, let's go.
Now Robin ends up in a very interesting place.
Somebody Photoshop us a skeleton where it's colored with it's in bi lighting. Somebody do that for us.
Now Robin has ended up in a very interesting place. She has not ended up on an island. She has landed on a bridge, a very long bridge in the East Blue, known as Tequila Wolf. The initial arrival on the island for her was, of course, like any others. The paw print was left behind, and she was pretty much knocked out by that point because she flew from the end of the middle of the Grand Line all the way back to the East Blue. That's not exactly a quick journey. So she's been out for a little while. And she is found by a young girl who was running around in the snow, dressed in a prison jumpsuit of sorts, and was looking for planks of wood. We come to quickly find out that she has ended up in what is essentially a work camp that was created by the world government. Apparently 800 years ago, To Kill a Wolf was created as a means of creating a bridge across the entirety of the East Blue. And it has been being worked on by those people who are sent here as prisoners, are members of countries that never joined the world government, that kind of shit, over the last 800 years. It is not a pleasant place. Now, Robin's usually pretty crafty. She doesn't really get herself caught. And the young girl, who takes a shine to her, obviously, brings her back to where she would normally sleep. And the women inside, because it's dormitories. There are men and women here, but there are dormitories for the men and the women. The women who are in there eating their food begrudgingly accept her, except for one is saying, "We're gonna get in trouble for this. You can't do this." But everybody else says, "Just shut the fuck up." And she's allowed to hide in the attic for a time, and eventually starts talking with the girls about the islands that she's seen, because the little girl is actually an artist and has drawn like islands that she imagines are out there in the world. And she correctly guesses and somewhat gets corrected the architecture for the Sky Islands, which it floors Robin, and she's like, "Yeah, I've been there actually." They're like, "Oh, that's real?" Like, "Yeah, it's real." So it's a fun thing that's going on.
That's sweet.
It's very touching.
I mean, horrifying backdrop, but very sweet.
Yeah.
I think I just described One Piece in a single sentence.
Kinda.
Horrifying backdrop, very sweet.
It's not incorrect, that's for sure. Chopper has ended up on a rather interesting island in the Grand Lines called the Torino Kingdom. It's also known as Birdie Island, as there are very large birds that rule over the island, essentially. He initially is found by the birds and sort of played with as a toy because he can't move very well. Because remember, before he was launched into the sky by Kuma, he was in his Monster Point. And after using Monster Point, he can't move very well for a short time. So he has reverted back to his normal self, but he's currently temporarily paralyzed. So they mess with him a little bit until he falls off the top, eventually landing down where the humans are. He is picked up by the humans, who seem to be a bunch of tribal people. Though they have advanced weaponry, considering they hold spears that double as grenade launchers. So that's fun. And taken back to be consumed until he's able to get away. And there's a whole thing that's going on where it turns out that the birds and the humans do not get along whatsoever, and they constantly fight. And then finally, we have where Zoro ended up, which is in a place that was previously described by a very particular pink-haired princess, and being the place where she would love to go if she were to take a vacation. This is Kuragana Island. It is gloomy. There's a castle. It seems like a war happened here way back. And of course, Zoro was not in the best of conditions when he arrived, when he was sent flying. And that has not improved in the time period upon his arrival. That being said, he did end up on the exact same island as Perona did when she was sent flying all the way back on Thriller Bark. And she has been there since then. Perona is actually specifically the one who found Zoro upon his landing. And while initially she just says, haha, you deserve that, she had been lonely for a good while, and decides to take care of Zoro because fuck it, it's company. There's some instances where he does eventually wake up, and she's hidden his sword, so he needs to try to find them. And she was like, haha, you'll never find them. eventually telling him where exactly they were, and he still can't find them because he keeps going the wrong way. So that's a whole thing. But yeah, so that's where the Straw Hats have ended up, and where
Where did Usopp wind up?
On the Bowen Archipelago, or on the Flower Plains. Yeah.
Okay. I just missed who wound up there. Okay, cool.
But yeah, so that is the official end of Amazon Lily. And we can move on to the next one.
Buckle your seats, guys. This is a long one.
This is where we are going to be in for a fucking ride, and I hope you're ready.
Yay! I'm gonna go get some strawberry ice cream.
Oh yeah.
Should I have the other half of this sandwich, or should I just go get some ice cream? I have Rolo ice cream in the freezer.
I don't know. Do what you want.
I've really come to enjoy the climbing world quests in WoW.
Yeah.
In part because I don't have to think that hard about them.
That's fair.
But I still feels like it's a little bit of thinking, but not a lot of thinking, and I really appreciate that. Right? Like, I will say it's nicer now that I have the upgrades for it.
Yeah.
Because now it's like, oh, I can take that little stick out that Rupert has.
Excuse me. Are you ready for Impel Down?
It smells chilly.
You smell chili.
Think
Not-
hang on.
Not the answer I was expecting.
Okay, no, it's just the barbecue sauce on my brisket. Okay. I was like, am I having a stroke?
I mean, maybe.
You've almost had a lot of strokes lately, hon.
As frame of reference, I was drinking Coca-Cola the other day, and it tasted like bananas to me. So
Yeah, that sounds a little bit like a possible stroke. Yeah.
I know it's usually toast, but
No, you smell toast.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No,
Usually the smell is toast.
Yeah,
not-
you smell toast. No one's ever said anything about tasting things. Maybe
Yeah.
bananas is what institutes the
Have a
stroke.
Maybe that's what happens.
The
Yeah.
taste of a stroke.
Ah, the lovely taste of a stroke. Banana
Fun
flavor.
fact. So one of the symptoms
fun.
of long COVID was having your taste buds screwed up, right?
Yeah.
And your sense of smell screwed up. In fact, people have been able to track.
Well, apparently,
people were able to-
apparently
people were
that's
able
not
to
even
see-
a symptom anymore. It's just because your nasal passages were so fucking stuffed that you just couldn't taste anything because you couldn't smell anything.
Well, okay, yes, but what had happened is, so even people who had like largely recovered from things and weren't having the nasal blockage, they were still having weird issues with smell. So people were actually able to track. At least that's how I understand it.
Hmm.
So people were able to chart reviews of Yankee Candles
Okay.
and chart the COVID waves. And every time there was a spike in negative reviews of Yankee Candle products, it happened. That was when a spike in COVID was going on because people had like lost their sense of smell or had it altered. What I found happened for me is I didn't actually like my sense of taste didn't make anything that I had previously enjoyed taste bad or anything like that, as I was hearing described by some people.
Mm-hmm.
But the typical flavor of root beer is derived from a couple of things. It's derived from...
Hey, quick thing, man. I try to wrap this up fast because I've only got 3 hours to explain Impel Down.
Yeah, I got it. It's derived from a citrus syrup of sorts. It's derived from sassafras.
Sassafras.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
And it's derived from wintergreen. And it's the mix that gives you the flavor of root beer, right?
Huh.
I became very sensitive to the flavor of wintergreen because I was drinking root beers that I'd had for my entire life, A&W, Bark, Mug, right? Specifically A&W. And I just couldn't help but notice how minty the damn thing tasted.
Right.
I had just become more sensitive to the taste of wintergreen that was already in the drink.
There you go.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
That's the story. No more to it.
All right. All good. But yes. So, while Luffy is on his way to Impel Down, which has taken a week in order for them to get there, even by Navy ship, because I believe we went over this way back, but essentially the world government, or the Navy at least, has a very specific current that is only reserved for them. It's a current that goes in between the comm belt and also the regular Grand Line, which is gated off by the Gates of Justice. We have seen them before. These gates are set up at 3 different spots. There's Enies Lobby, which I guess is being rebuilt right now, Marineford, and Impel Down. And they can only access the current, not because nobody can get on the current, not that it's easily accessible from the outside. The problem is that you're stuck on that current unless the Gates of Justice are open for you, which they generally only open for Navy ships.
So you can get on, but getting off
is the hard part.
Okay.
We also see something else that's going on, as watching the Navy ship that is heading towards the tub current from afar, we see the big tub, Buggy's ship.
Really?
As it's not Buggy who is watching the ship, but it's his crew who are trying to figure out how to get through the comm belt to get to the tub current to go to Impel Down, because Buggy has been captured and is currently being held in Impel Down. They eventually have to give up because, there's Sea Kings and shit out there. And Alvida's like, if you guys are going, you're going on a fucking, little shitty boat. I'm not giving you guys the big top. I'll take it. You guys do whatever you want. And they change their minds to be like, oh, we're sorry, Captain, and that kind of shit. And they go off to do something else for now. But yeah, Buggy's in Impel Down. That's fun.
Who's in charge of his ship right now?
Currently Alvida. The others will try to say that they're in charge, but she's basically in charge.
Who's she again?
She is the first pirate that Luffy ever fought. If you'll remember,
Oh, right!
Eventually ate the slip fruit and now looks very different. Not that she thought so. And was hunting for Luffy because of the fact that, he's the only man that ever struck her. She's been palling around with Buggy this entire time. Yeah, she's essentially become a commander of the crew. She's not like her own pirate anymore. She's just kind of like hanging out with the Buggy pirates. But yeah, so that's a thing. We also get to cut to Impel Down early as Garp has come to talk with Ace in Impel Down. And this is when we get to see the state that he is in. And let me remind you, though, that Luffy has a Vtuber card for this boy. This currently beaten, probably in the worst condition he's ever been in his life, boy. And that paper ain't doing too good either. It's down, no. It's burning away. As we established back in Thriller Bark, it has continued to burn. It's down to maybe like a corner of the paper is left over. And it was a pretty big sheet of paper to start with. So he is not in good condition. But Garp has basically come to talk to him and expresses his disappointment at the fact that Ace and Luffy decided to become pirates. Wishing that they had become Marines because that would have kept them safe. That would have kept them from ending up in this kind of situation. Ace says it really doesn't matter what he wanted for us because our blood meant we were going to end up as criminals no matter what. And Garp says, yeah, no, your father was a pretty messed up guy. And Ace immediately spits on his father's name, saying, that man, I don't owe a damn thing. I took my mom's name of Porcus because I owe her so fucking much. And he has a hatred for his father. Garp tries to say that he tried to do his best for him. He tried to do what was right for him, but Ace isn't having it. Whitebeard is his father. That is the man he considers to be his father. And Garp, of course, accepts this and moves on. Now, inside the cell with our boy Ace here is another figure who should be at Marineford right now. One of the 7 warlords of the sea is currently locked up with Ace.
Huh?
We get our first look. Hold on, I did that on the wrong one. At Jimbei, first son of the sea.
Jimbei!
He is our boy. He's a good boy. There's got to be a better image of him than that one, or at least one of him in prison. There we go. It's so small. Yeah. That be Jimbei.
Yeah, Jimbei.
He is actually a whale shark fishman. And he is currently locked up because he refuses to fight the Whitebeard pirates and actively wants Ace to be released because he understands what is going to happen to the world should this war go down. He knows that if this happens, and if for any reason something happens to Whitebeard, the new world is going to be thrown into chaos. Because we quickly learn that not only does Jimbei take on territories, does he, not Jimbei, the Whitebeard takes on territories, that he is this true powerhouse of the ocean, considered to be one of the most powerful pirates in the entire world, and a power that apparently can destroy the world is in his hands. But we also learn that the islands he takes under his care are islands that need protection. One of those islands is Fishman Island. The island itself, before Whitebeard had put his flag there to say that this is his territory, had been apparently constantly overrun by pirates coming in, stealing mermaids and fishmen to have them sold at auctions and stuff like that. It was a fucking madhouse. But because he put his flag there, said this is his territory, that stopped. And that was all it took. Because of that, Jimbei is indebted to this man. And apparently, according to Ace, would actually come and visit them quite often, though he had to come by sea, as in, like, literally he had to swim there. He couldn't just show up on his boat because he's still a government official. And he really only held his title as a warlord of the sea to create better relations between the fishmen and humans. And that was it. So he's willing to throw that all away because he owes Whitebeard and also is actually friends with Ace. The two of them are buddies. But yeah, so that's a thing. The ship carrying Hancock and Luffy finally arrives at Impel Down. We see they're ready for an attempt to try to break him out of Impel Down, by Whitebeard because the entirety of the prison's upper portion, as you can see by the image in the background, this entire prison is underwater. All of it is underwater. So getting there by swimming is practically impossible because, you know, it's in the calm belt. There are sea kings in there. That's not a good thing. But also, they have surrounded the entire area with battleships filled with Marines ready to defend should the Whitebeard pirates attempt to attack Impel Down in an attempt to free Ace. So even if Luffy had somehow found his way here, he still would not have been able to get in regardless. But thankfully, he's got Hancock, who has been able to bring him inside. They have accepted her to come in and begin to explain a lot of the stuff that they do in Impel Down. And yeah, it's not great. The first floor is rather tame, though there are many a torture that goes on for these people who have been locked up here for piracy and other crimes. Apparently, as is explained to her and Luffy by proxy because he's there, upon being brought into Impel Down, those who are brought in are put into a sanitizing bath of boiling water. It is a they have so kindly nicknamed it the baptism of hell. And Impel Down is constantly compared to hell for very good reasons. She also makes note that there are two people who actually went into the bath with no real complaint whatsoever. One of them was Jinbei, the other was Crocodile. The lack of recognition tells me that you've forgotten one of the best villains in this entire series.
I remember Crocodile. I'm a little stunned right now, is what I am.
Crocodile is, in fact, in Impel Down. And
So this is just the Arkham Asylum of this series. This is, hey, we put them all in prison. How are we gonna get to take advantage of their cool powers again? I know!
I mean, it makes sense that they wouldn't end up there.
I'm not against it. I'm not against it. I'm not at all against it.
Like I said, get ready for some familiar faces. Yes, Crocodile is one of those familiar faces, along with Buggy, who, as it turns out, nobody did their research on because they put him on floor 1 with all of the regular people with low bounties and didn't put him in Sea Prism Stone handcuffs.
Oh.
So he has slipped his way out of his cell, which a lot of the people in his cell are like, "What the fuck, man? Why don't you get us out too?" And he's like, "No way in hell." And he's off to try to break himself out. So not only is there a break-in in progress,
there's also a breakout
in progress.
Great. That's perfect.
Now, unfortunately for Hancock and Luffy, she is a pirate. Hancock is still a known pirate. They're not going to just let her waltz around with her abilities. So she has to go through a quick body inspection, and also it's required that she wears Sea Prism Stone handcuffs while she is here, which is a problem. While they get her into the room with one of the Impel Down agents, this one being known as Domino. I can get an image of her if you would like. She's not really important to the story, but I will do it anyway. There we go. There you go. There's Domino. She kind of looks like a female Sanji. I'm not gonna lie. Now that I look at her more. But yeah. So while she is in there getting ready for the inspection, thanks to the fact that once again, Boa Hancock is one of the most beautiful women in the entire world, she is not only able to turn Domino to stone, but also the video transponder snail that is up on the wall meant for surveillance gets turned to stone as well.
That's funny. That's
it gives her enough time to be able to let Luffy get out, him to scrungle his way up onto like the beams on the top of the room, and then she reverts the changes, turning both of them back into normal, and the inspection happens. We of course don't get to see it because this isn't a hentai, it's just a shonen. And we are also introduced to one of the major players in our lovely Impel Down story. Once I actually find him, we meet the Vice Warden of Impel Down, a man known as Hannibal. Hannibal is an interesting character in many regards. For those who have watched Funimation's Dragon Ball Z, he's voiced by the same person who voices Oolong, so that's fun. But yeah, he's a monstrous looking dude. Apparently human. He does not have a devil fruit, and he is the vice warden of the entire prison. Essentially this person with the highest authority underneath the warden himself, Warden Magellan, who we will get to in a moment. He also has a bit of a thing where he really wants to be warden. So, of course, there's a lot of instances throughout this where he is essentially trying to undermine the warden's attempts to do things, so that way he can be demoted and then himself promoted to the warden of the facility. So that's just a constant thing throughout the rest of the arc of him just being like, well, if I do this, then maybe I can become warden, that kind of situation. But yeah, Luffy makes his way out of the room without anybody noticing and starts to make his way through the first floor, which it really is the tamest floor inside of Impel Down. Again, there are tortures that are going on and stuff like that, but nothing too huge. After a little bit of a run through, we actually get to be introduced to the warden of Impel Down in a very interesting way. Hancock and Momonga are brought to his office, where he is not currently directly sitting in. He's actually off over in the bathroom, having a time. Magellan, this lovely, lovely man right here, is a sufferer of chronic diarrhea. For a very specific reason. He has, unlike Hannibal, eaten a devil fruit. No, but I'll tell you it is kind of the devil fruit's fault, but that's more because he's a moron. And that's in this one particular sense. The guy is actually a genius, and because of him, Impel Down has not seen a single breakout except for one breakout in its entire history, which was done by a man. Huh?
Is it breakout crocodile?
No. This happened about 20 years ago. A man by the name of Golden Lion Shiki is currently the only known escapee from Impel Down. Golden Lion Shiki is also the main villain of the movie that I can show you guys.
Sweet.
His movie is not canon, but he is canon. And he's out there somewhere. We don't know where. But yeah, that's the only time that someone's ever escaped. And you want to know how he escaped?
How?
He cut his own legs off and flew out.
You know?
Because he has the float fruit, which, while he can't make other humans fly, he can make anything he touches fly and himself fly. It's only inanimate objects and himself that he can make fly. So he just fucking cut his own legs off, said you can keep my legs, and left.
I don't need these, I can float, bitch!
But yeah. Anyway, that's a nice little segue.
Dying of the blood loss was a bit of a gamble, but you know, it worked out.
It's fine. It's One Piece. He can live for long enough for it. But yeah. So anyway, yeah, that's the only escapee that has ever happened, and it wasn't even under Magellan's watch. He wasn't warden at the time. He was like, I believe he was still just like an officer, not like vice warden or anything yet. But his devil fruit is the poison fruit. It is a paramecia type devil fruit, not a Logia type, that essentially allows him to create and control poison at will. This
Can you remind me what the difference between those two are?
Yeah,
Logia is where you become the thing that is the devil fruit. So if he was a Logia type, he would literally be able to turn himself into poison ooze and stuff like that. As a paramecia, he only secretes it. He can only create and control the poison. He cannot become the poison itself.
Ah, I see. All right, thank you.
So he's not able to like dodge attacks by letting it pass through his body or some shit like that. Now, because he's a poison man, by his logic, it means that he loves poison. So that day, he had a bowl of poison soup for breakfast. And he's been on the shitter.
Why?
Because he just likes the taste of poison. Because he can. He's immune to it. He doesn't care. His bowels aren't.
apparently he's not immune to it. I'm sorry.
It
but
won't-
Your presence on the toilet would argue differently.
It won't
sir.
kill him, I guess.
Resistant.
It's like being lactose intolerant.
Yeah. He essentially only works about 8 hours of the day and spends the rest of the day on the toilet. Essentially. But when he's working in those 8 hours, he gets shit done. He's
$1 I make a dime. That's why I shit on company time.
the fuck? Oh. But yeah, so that's the guy we have to deal with. He is a man who basically has an almost unbeatable devil fruit. Because if he covers himself in poison and you touch that, you're practically signing a death warrant right there and then. This isn't somebody that we're going to want Luffy to tangle with, you know? But be that as it may, he is introduced, or Hancock is introduced to Warden Magellan. There's a little bit of a thing between him and Hannibal because the two of them don't really like each other all that much for obvious reasons, because Hannibal's always trying to take his job. But during that time period, Buggy, who was being sneaky up until a point, got himself seen by one of the surveillance transponder snails. And now everybody knows that, he's kind of broken out. Not only that, he and Luffy eventually run into each other and end up having to sort of fight alongside each other as the creatures known as the Blue Gory, or Blue Gorillas, have been sent after Luffy and Buggy in order to try to stop them. We get to first see the Blue Gory when they go out to they swim out into the ocean and kill a sea king to bring back the meat.
Super casual.
They're very powerful monkey boys. Not something to shake a stick at. And that's what they look like. They got little axes. As part of their job, they wear hoods that have skulls on them. It's all very good. And the two team up to fight each other, and everything it goes pretty well. Mostly just because Luffy was there, and he's actually a lot stronger than he was the last time that Buggy saw him. Something he will eventually get to see firsthand. Now, this information, of course, would be reported to Magellan. Normally, it would actually make it to him, and the situation would probably be taken care of pretty quickly. Fortunately for our hero, Hancock is there, and Hancock is beautiful. And she is able to make Warden Magellan ignore the call that came in about the situation and say, hey, I want to go see Ace right now. And he's like, oh, okay, let's go. So they go to the elevator and start heading down to where Ace is being held. Now, Buggy's only been there for a little bit. He hasn't been there that long, but he's been there long enough to know after being informed by Luffy the reason why he is here, he goes, well, if he's anywhere, he's probably on level 5. That's where they keep all the prisoners with over 100 million berry bounties. And Ace's at this moment in time is about 530, 550, something like that.
What's
It's
Luffy's
high.
right now?
300.
Has it been updated from when he punched the celestial dragon in the face yet?
No, but it's only been about a week, so
Yeah,
and they
that's fine.
the Navy's also got a little bit of a thing on their hands where they can't really worry about some random rubber dude. They got a fucking war to get ready for. I now want chili. Well, Rexy, go get some chili. Jesus.
Rexy wants chili.
Rexy wants some chili.
with beans in it is gross.
Isn't that the only way to make chili?
I mean, you could
No.
technically make it without beans, but it would basically just be ground meat soup.
I just don't like chili.
Yeah, I'm not a big chili fan myself.
I'm gonna go heat up my sandwich. I'll be back in 1 minute.
All right.
I got strawberry ice cream with hard chocolate shell.
Nice. I have some Ben and Jerry's in my freezer.
Mm-hmm.
Depending on how I feel after stream tonight, I may do another stream directly after, or at least after I get some food, or I'll wait till tomorrow. One of the two. How long did your stream yesterday go?
Like 3.5 hours because I had things to do.
That's nice.
Yeah.
I mean,
I could have definitely gone longer, but
Yeah.
I had things I needed to do.
See, that's what happens when you play a game that you really want to play. You just kind of keep going.
I just ended up playing the demo to like the
Mhm.
paleo fields or paleo plains or pines.
Yeah, Paleo Pines.
Paleo pines.
Did you finish
It
the
was so
demo?
cute. No.
Oh, wow.
I kept getting distracted.
Fair enough.
Did you finish the demo?
No, I only played for 30 minutes.
Okay.
I was doing multiple demos, so I set a 30-minute clock for each demo I played.
Yeah.
That way I could get through a bunch, and 30 minutes should be enough to give me an opinion on the game.
Yeah. I like Paleo Pines. I'm definitely gonna get it when it releases.
The next one you should check out is definitely Little Kitty Big City, if it's still available.
Mm-hmm.
That comes out, I think, this year. Oh no, it comes out 2024. It's Crime O'Clock that comes out this year. That's right. Which I also have fun with.
I believe that the video game year starts on July 1st and ends until June 30th.
Okay.
That's
a choice, but okay.
I mean, they still say it's not coming out until 2024, but all right.
Regardless.
Yeah. But yeah. Okay. So back to the situation. So Buggy, beforehand, kind of thought that, oh, you heard that I was here and you came to rescue me, which Luffy immediately shot down. But he's just like, whatever. Why should I even help you with getting further into the prison? I'm trying to get out. Why are you even trying to get in? And finds out about Ace. Initially, Buggy was going to let him go. And just fuck off and do whatever he wanted. Then he noticed something on Luffy's arm. Now, since Thriller Bark, and I believe I covered this, Luffy got a little piece of costume jewelry that essentially Nami had originally written off, saying that it's not important. And we quickly find out that that's not the case. It's a little armband thing that he's got on. It's got like 2 little glass nubules on the front. It looks like cheap costume jewelry that doesn't mean anything. But upon looking at it, Buggy goes, holy shit. Because he knows what that is. Now, he thinks he's talking about this in his head, but he's really not. As it turns... Well, no, he is keeping this in his head so far. But he knows that that is actually the key to finding the treasure of Captain John Silver's. Which is a treasure he has been looking for most of the series. And that little piece of costume jewelry that is on Luffy's arm is the key to finding it. So he goes, hey, if you give me that thing, then I will show you how to get to Ace. And Luffy is like, oh, okay, sure. So they team up and they're heading to get ready to go. And eventually, Buggy does in fact spill the beans that the fucking armband would lead him to an incredible treasure. And once he realizes he said that out loud, he goes and gets ready to defeat Luffy when he acknowledges, oh, this is supposed to go to an adventure? Oh, that's really cool. And when he turns to try to get him with an axe he stole from the Blue Gory, by the way, he is immediately thrown off by the fact that Luffy is holding the band out to him, going, here, take it. If you'll help me get to Ace, then that's fine. You can have this. Buggy is initially like, you know, his heart does a bit of a doki doki because what the fuck? Why would you even give this to me? I'll probably betray you if you just hand it to me now. And he's like, it's fine. And of course, in his head, Buggy is immediately thinking of leaving Luffy behind because that's just the dude he is. But yeah, so he's helping for now. We come to the main focus of the first floor of Impel Down. It is known as the Crimson Hell. And the reason for why it is known as the Crimson Hell is specifically because within the confines of this first floor, there is a large forest in the middle. And that forest is not entirely it's not made of just trees. Impel Down's Crimson Forest forest is actually a forest of blade trees. Oh. And the prisoners on this floor are in general thrown in there for certain amounts of time. Oh fuck, I hit copy. To suffer and run through. And not only that, if the fucking blade trees and blade grass that have been stained red with the blood of prisoners, which is why it's called Crimson, isn't enough, inside there are also poisonous spiders.
Oh, that all.
Yeah. Because, you know, the fucking tree...
I don't know why, but I honestly thought you were going to be like, there's bears! I was like, it's the same kind of vibe, but like, I thought it was going to be bears.
No, they got the little tiny things that can get around it pretty easily. The bears would probably die.
Yeah, you're right. I don't know. Special bears.
I mean, you
it
know...
makes sense that it's spiders. But I feel like we've seen weirder things. I feel like we've seen weirder things than bears that can maneuver through, like, knife trees.
Is there a One Piece fighting game so I can main... Is there a One Piece fighting game so I can main Kuma in a game where he might not be terrible?
No, but you could play Pirate Warriors 3. He's in that one. Yeah. If you don't mind Muso games.
I was making a Tekken joke, but yeah.
I know. But yeah. Now, fortunately for Luffy, he's hanging out with Buggy. And Buggy is very interesting. As we get we actually get a little bit more of an explanation of how his Chop Shop fruit works. Now, not only is he unable to be cut, because his body just separates wherever he's cut at, he can actually pretty easily traverse through the Crimson Forest without much of a problem. And he can get Luffy over it with no problem, because we quickly learn that the only thing that needs to stay on the ground while the rest of him is flying around is his feet. That's it. And his feet, his body has to stay within a certain diameter that it's not really specified by Oda, because why would he do that? But it has to stay within a certain diameter around his feet in order to stay floating. If the feet move out of a certain range, the rest of his body will go for it. So just be aware of that for a very specific reason. As they make it to where the entrance of level 2 is, which is a massive pit in the middle of the Crimson Forest. So yeah, you can escape this forest, but the only way to escape to without being let out by the guards back to go to your cell is to jump down into a pit that leads to level 2, which is the level known as the Wild Beast Hell. Yeah. Luffy, upon seeing this, of course, immediately jumps in. He's here to save his brother. He doesn't care. Now, Buggy, of course, calls him insane, but says, whatever, you're an idiot anyway. I'm not going down there. I have what I want, and I'm going to leave. Until an axe comes flying at him, chopping his head off. To which he yells at the Blugori that hit him, that it doesn't work, idiot! Only there's a problem. His feet are attached to his body again. And because of the force of the axe that just chopped his head off, his body is falling into the pit. Which means his feet are falling into the pit. So Buggy gets dragged down into level 2.
Which means Buggy is falling into the pit.
So Buggy is on his way down to level 2 with his best buddy Straw Hat to continue the adventure.
Bestest of buddies ever.
The bestest of buddies.
Fully consensual and conscious choice.
And on
what do you mean an accident? I've never heard of such a thing.
On level 2, the Wild Beast Hell, not only are there a bunch of strange creatures, we get a little hippo that shows up that they think initially isn't really all that bad, and then it opens its mouth and it fucking turns into a huge gaping maw that bites down on Buggy for all but his feet and his head, but he's able to get out because he just grabs onto the uvula and it fucking upchucks him. And a couple of other very strange creatures. We also have another familiar face that's on this fucking place. As we run into our first member of the Baroque's crew.
Wait, Brooks' crew?
No, not Brooks' crew. Baroque Works crew.
Oh, okay.
From way back in
Sorry.
Alabasta. No, everybody on Brooks' crew is dead.
That's what I thought. That's why I was so, confused.
Within the Wild Beast Hell, we run into Mr. 3, who is also in Impel Down. And unlike with Buggy, they did their research and know that he is a wax man, so therefore he was in Sea Prismstone cuffs. But he hears the commotion going on, wondering what the hell is happening, and eventually some shit goes on that does eventually lead the others to him, and he is able to eventually be released as well. Before that, though, they run into a very interesting beast, which in effect will help them to continue to do whatever the hell they want without much of a problem. They run into a basilisk. And in One Piece, a basilisk is a reptilian-headed chicken.
Okay, so a more classic.
A more classical basilisk. It doesn't turn you into stone upon seeing you or anything like that, but it is very large. It is a man-eater. It is a chicken egg that was hatched from underneath a snake. That whole shtick is there. Luffy.
I think it's usually like a toad, but
it's something like it, a reptile hatched a chicken egg. Luffy, of course, one-shots it with a Gear 3 punch, which, of course, fucking throws Buggy off completely, because the Blugori were one thing, but he just one-shot a giant monster that nobody should be able to take out that easily, according to him. But not only did he do that, he also knocked out the communication room for level 2. So all the people who were stationed on level 2 to keep an eye on things down there are now out of commission. The entire snail network for there is out. The guards within Impel Down are, of course, having a fucking time. This is Impel Down. Nobody is supposed to be able to do this kind of shit. And right now there is a guy who is running around
doing this all himself. It's not just it should take an army to pull this off, and even then they shouldn't manage. And yet it's a one-man guy who's just pissed his friend is here.
And not only that, they now got their hands on the keys to the cells.
Oh yeah.
Which means that, of course, Luffy doesn't think much of it, but Buggy knows what a good idea this is, as he starts unlocking a bunch of people's cells and unlocking their cuffs. Now, this is beginning what is to become the legend of Buggy the Clown. Because let me tell you something about Buggy and Oda. Oda loves Buggy. He is one of his favorite characters. And Buggy, starting from this point forward, will continue to fail upwards for the rest of the series.
Oh, okay. So what you're telling me is Oda spent 5 sagas trying to find a place to put Buggy back in again, and then did so and went, all right, my boy's back, let's go.
And don't forget, we did also recently find out that he was on Roger's crew back in the day as an apprentice pirate along with Shanks. So he's got a pedigree. He's just not very strong or smart. But he's got charisma, as we quickly learn, because all of the prisoners who were let out by him start to like cheer his name, and they're ready to run amok, and they run off, and Buggy thinks this is great. Now I can actually just abandon you, Straw Hat. I don't fucking need you. They're gonna cause enough chaos for me to get the hell out of here. Until they all run back and get back in their cells and just close the door. And then they basically go, yeah, we forgot we were in here for we stay in our cells for a very good reason. As more beasts show up. Specifically what shows up is like man-faced lions, which is literally on the nose. They're like cat-like creatures with humanoid-looking faces, and they have the ability to mimic voices and words that they hear. So whatever the guards are talking about, they will start to talk about. Apparently a lot of them were talking about underwear because they were being perverted. A few others were talking about food. It's all a thing. And they just repeat those words. They don't know what they mean, but they just repeat them. But the only person to stay outside of his cell is Mr. 3, who thinks that they are escaping until he's informed that they're not. But he does eventually, begrudgingly, because it's either this or go back into his cell, lead Luffy to where the entrance to level 3 is. Now, the problem with level 3 is that it is actually guarded by a very specific creature, which is known as the Sphinx.
Okay. What's the riddle this time?
There's no riddle. It's not that smart. But it is powerful, and it is large. It's much like the other man-faced creatures, only it's got feathers, and it really likes to talk about noodles.
Oh, real quick, I need to say something to Rexy. Hey Rexy, you still there?
Probably.
Wait for a response, you go ahead and continue.
Well, we can just check the community thing and see if she's in there or not. It doesn't look like she's part of the current watch list.
Okay.
But yeah, so that is the Sphinx right there. Oh, wrong one. He's a big boy. Like literally. There's Buggy, Luffy, and Mr. 3 down there for size comparison. They start attempting to fight it, but not really. The fight goes for about 2 seconds before Mr. 3 starts using his wax powers to start messing with the Sphinx and distracting it.
Because they got the keys, which means they were able to get the sea stone prism
off of his wrist. Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. I didn't twig that till just now. Okay.
But yeah, so he starts.
I twigged letting people out of cells and letting off normal cuffs. I didn't twig letting off the thing preventing the devil fruit user to do his shit. Okay, cool.
But yeah, he starts making wax copies of himself. They're not colored because Miss Golden Week isn't here, of course. She's actually not in prison, along with a couple of Baroque Works members who escaped, which was covered in a cover story way back. Essentially, they're off running a bar somewhere.
Oh, yay!
Yeah.
That's lovely.
Actually, I think it's a new thing of the Spider Cafe is what it was. But yeah, anyway. But the Sphinx is dumb enough to fall for just blank colorings of wax statues that look like Mr. 3. And Luffy is up on top of its head, encouraging him to try to find the real one. So it's playing around. around, batting at the floor, and Buggy and Mr. 3, who are starting to really become like really pally because they both want to get the fuck out of here. They don't want to help Straw Hat. They want to go away. They want to get out, go back to sea, just not be here anymore. So they're trying to figure out a way to do that. Unfortunately, this thing is very strong, and the floor is not that strong. So as it continues to...
I'm gonna be honest, this one does seem like an oversight on the part of the people who built the prison.
I mean, they would never have expected the Sphinx to continuously bat in the exact same place over and over again. Who would plan for that? Especially when you're building a massive prison underwater. But yes, anyway. So eventually the floor beneath them gives out and they are now falling down to level 3. Level 3 is known as the Starvation Hell. It's great.
Lovely.
It looks like a giant desert. It's daylight all the time in there, which is really just lights up on the top of the ceiling, but it's also hot as fuck. It's a lovely place, and we even get to see a guy who's crucified in the middle. He's dead. Like, he's long dead. And the sand that's everywhere in this is not sand, by the way.
I don't like that.
Uh-huh.
I don't know what it is yet, but I don't like that.
Why don't you guess? Why don't you take a little stab at what it could be?
Powdered teeth and bone.
Yeah.
Fuck. I really didn't want to be right. I really didn't want to be right.
This place is called a hell for a very good reason. That being said, as they are in there, which they've been trying to get out, but they keep getting lost and ending up in the same place because the place is built like a maze. It's meant to fuck with those who are down in this hell. They hear a sound off in the distance. And it's a familiar sound to one particular person, at least at the moment, because before they could really do much, the Sphinx does wake up and start trying to attack them, along with the fact that we get introduced to another prison guard. We actually get introduced to a man named, I believe is Saldeth? Yeah, Saldeth. Who is actually the commander of the... he's essentially the commander of all the beasts in the Starvation Hell, and just an active commander in general for Impel Down. That's him. He's a little boy. He's a little gremlin guy. And he had set up a trap to try to capture them, but because of the Sphinx eventually waking up, it broke them out of what was a Sea Prism Stone net, so they're on the run. Luffy actually gets separated from Buggy and Mr. 3, who are now trying to find their way back up, but they're still getting lost. And while the prison guards and all that are distracted by by Luffy, they're trying to find their way through until they hear something, which is familiar to Mr. 3 for a horrifying reason to himself. Mostly because back in the past, all the way back in Alabasta, the person who owns this voice was sent to kill him by a crocodile because he failed his mission. As we finally come across our next member of the Baroque Works walkthrough, being Bon Clay.
Let's go, Bon Clay.
Our boy Bon Boy is back. And he's been on level 3, and he's been very energetic, forcing the people inside of his cell to practice ballet with him. Like, he's got a lot of energy. He definitely looks like he hates it here, but at the same time, he's fucking having a time. He is doing what he can to keep himself from giving in to this place, and it's been working so far. Upon learning that Straw Hat is here to save his brother, unlike the other two, Bon Clay leaps into action and heads off to help out Luffy immediately. because they are
I'm
fucking
confused.
friends. You're confused?
I don't remember Bon Clay. I don't remember Bon Clay and Luffy being friends.
Yeah, he helped them get their ship out of Alabasta. Took took Hina, like the attack from Captain Hina back in the yeah. The whole reason he's in Impel Down right now is because he let himself get caught in order for the Straw Hats to get away. They thought he was dead, but it turns out he was just put in prison. But yeah, so he's off to help out Luffy, which he starts out by going into the guise of Zoro to fight the Sphinx before switching back, leading to a fun line from Luffy going, I mean, I wish it was Zoro, but this is great too. Because, you know, Bon Clay, like, fucking sacrificed himself for him back in the day, and he doesn't forget shit like that very easily. Meanwhile, with this whole thing that's going on, they have reached down into the depths of Impel Down, back with Hancock and Magellan and all of that, where people are a little bit aware of what's going on up top, but again, he's too distracted by Hancock to worry about that. During an incident where all the people inside of their cells are very much like rowdy pirates. They're kept here for a very good reason. And all of them show that because they constantly try to insult Magellan, yelling out, calling him Diarrhea Man and shit like that, to the point where it incites a little bit of a riot in the cages. We also get introduced to a locked up member of the Impel Down staff for a moment. Where is his name? I know it's here. Shiryu. Did I do it again? No, I didn't. All right. There we go. We get to meet the former head jailer of Impel Down, a man by the name of Shiryu of the Rain. I say former because he was locked up for killing prisoners at his own whim. Which, while they're...
Really, that doesn't seem like something you get locked up for in this place. I'm not gonna lie to you, that just seems kind of like...
It is when you just...
government would ignore.
It is when you just cut him down left, right, and center. And Magellan doesn't take too kindly to that. Like, he can execute people whenever he feels like, but just doing it, like, because you fucking enjoy killing people wasn't cool with Magellan. So he locked up Shiryu, who's also locked up down there. But the small riot and Magellan actually responding to the riot that is going on by calling on one of his more powerful techniques, which is summoning a giant Hydra-like dragon thing made out of poison and shoots itself into 3 different prisons, covering certain prisoners in poison, which is going to kill them. A whole thing is happening. During that, Hancock goes over to talk with Ace. The conversation is initially not able to be heard by ourselves, definitely not heard by those who are down there in the situation because of what's going on, but we do get made privy to what she said. She lets Ace know that Luffy is here to rescue him. And expresses that, yeah, he knows that you're probably going to be mad about it, but he had to do it. And Ace initially tries to say, no, you're fucking lying, but what reason would she have to lie about that? How would she even know who Luffy was? Because there aren't many people who know that Luffy and him are related in any form. Mm-hmm. So he does accept it as truth, because it really is something that Luffy would do. So clearly he knows his brother well, because his brother really is here trying to bring his ass out. But yeah, the riot calms down. Magellan turns back to Hancock and says, all right, you can talk to him now. And she goes, I already have. Let's go. And they leave. And he's confused while Hannibal is like saying, well, yeah, they must have done it while you were being crazy. Throwing poison around. Whatever. So they're on their way back out. Hancock leaves, no problems whatsoever. Nobody is suspicious of the fact that somebody broke in around the same time that a warlord showed up at the jail, and she heads off to Marineford to get ready to participate in the upcoming war. Magellan, meanwhile, goes into action mode, as now he no longer has somebody distracting him, and immediately puts together a plan to start setting up on level 4 to get ready for Straw Hat and those who have broken out, because the situation has gotten much worse. And he, of course, demands, why wasn't I let known? Until somebody points out that, you know, he was going gaga over Hancock. The person pointing that out was Hannibal, so of course he poisons him for a moment. Which all of the guards have gas masks on hand, just in case. So they're prepared for that kind of shit. But yeah. So he's getting ready. He is ordered for another member of the prison to be part of this preparation to get ready for Straw Hat, which is, she's something. Let me just say, the last of the prison guards, or the chief guards, is a woman by the name of Sadie. And she's a dominatrix. And I don't mean that in just the way that she dresses. Huh?
We're down on floor 4?
We're not on floor 4 yet. This is them getting prepared to go to the 4th floor to get ready for when Straw Hat arrives, because they know they're going to get there. The plan is to basically cover both exits of the 4th floor with guards, and also to bring about the demon guards to have them ready to go. We get introduced to one of these demon guards very quickly. As backup on the 3rd floor, one of them was already sent out to try and capture the escaped prisoners. The demon guards are a very interesting pack. The one that is essentially sent off to gather up Straw Hat and the others on the 3rd floor, where he is currently in battle with Luffy and Bon Clay, is known as Minotauros. We actually also got to see him earlier during Jinbei's introduction, where he comes into the jail cell and bashes him over the head with an iron club. Did I not? I copied the link, didn't I? This is Minotauros. And I am going to go ahead and explain exactly what this man is right now. This is, as well as all of the other demon guards, is an awakened Zoan type devil fruit user. Specifically, his was more than likely the cow fruit, I would assume. You know, what with the cow aesthetic. But all of the demon guards are awakened devil fruit users. This seems to have messed with their cognitive ability a bit, as they don't seem to be very smart, but they are very powerful. They give Luffy and Bon Clay a hell of a time before Luffy is able to launch them away. Bon Clay acknowledging that Luffy has gotten much stronger since the last time they met. They have a high recovery ability. Essentially, they can get back on their feet a lot faster than a normal human. But they cannot talk. None of them can talk. There are a few other demon guards. There's technically 5, but the 5th one doesn't show up. I think he's only appears after the time skip. But we also have a rhino. A koala. And yes, he does have eucalyptus leaves on him at all times. And a zebra. And they are all presenting male, by the way.
Okay.
But yeah. So these are the demon guards. The koala, the rhino, and the zebra are currently with the forces that are being set up on level 4 to be ready for Luffy's arrival. And Minotauros was sent out already to try to capture him. That, of course, is not panning out exactly. And we get a brief explanation of how to get to level 4 by Bon Clay. As it turns out, the heat on level 3 is because of level 4. As level 4 is actually known as the Burning Heat Hell. Or the Blazing Hell. What it essentially is a giant pot that is sitting over a constantly stoked flame that is boiling a pot of what I can only assume used to be water. And I say used because for execution purposes, they cast the prisoners into the pot of boiling water to, boil to death. So the pot is now a boiling pot of blood. It is soup. Not the kind of soup you'll want to eat unless you're a vampire, but soup.
Forbidden soup.
Yeah, forbidden soup. Now, on this floor, there's another familiar face. As this is also the floor where Das Bones, the former Mr. One, is being held prisoner. And that's the guy that can turn his body into blades and fought Zoro back in Alabama.
Right.
There you go. That's the boy. Which we actually get to see him kill a guy who's trying to escape and attacks him while trying to escape by hitting him with a giant log that's meant to go into the fire underneath, because they also make the prisoner stoke the fire. It's great. It's a good place. But yeah, because of that heat and the way that it is set up, because there's a fan up in the top in the middle, the residual heat goes into the third floor, causing it to be as hot and hellish as it is. It's not as hot as down in the Burning Heat Hell, which we quickly find out, as there are vents essentially up on the side that Luffy and Bon Clay jump up onto. And both of their feet start to already burn. Kind of like when you step onto sand on the beach and you know how your feet start to burn? Like that, but forever. But they do eventually get used to it. And they look down. It's like it's a long fall down, and if they don't do it right, they're gonna fall into the giant pot of boiling blood. So they got to figure this out. They don't really get a chance to, however, as thanks to Luffy knocking Minotauros away the way that he did, and directly into Buggy and Mr. 3. The two of them have been running from the beast for quite a little bit, and have run all the way up to the ledge where the entrance into level 4 is, and currently still chased by Minotauros. There's a little bit of a chase scene of them yelling at each other about whose fault it was. Not that it really matters at the moment, and they go about fighting against Minotauros. Buggy actually revealing a thing that he's super proud of, because I'm sure that you're gonna have the same response to Luffy. Do you remember the Buggy Ball?
Mm-hmm.
You do? All right. You did better than Luffy.
Vaguely.
That's better than Luffy, because Luffy didn't remember it for shit. Which actually put Buggy into a little bit of a funny, depressive episode for a minute, because he was really proud of it. But essentially, he has figured out how to condense the Buggy Ball into a much smaller form without losing any of the explosive properties of it. He's very proud of it, and he has named it the Muggy Ball. That's Mugggy.
Okay.
Which he fires from a hole that opens up in his foot. He just carries that shit around, and he can shoot it out whenever he wants.
Don't love that.
They really did a bad job on his search for him. Not only did they not realize he had a devil fruit, he also had weapons on him. Like, come on. But yeah, so he uses that against Minotauros. It does stagger him a bit. The other three, or really just Luffy and Bon Clay, do a finisher attack with Mr. 3, you being on support, because his wax can't really stay together in this massive heat. So the best that he can do is make a mallet for Luffy's hand that lasts about 3 seconds, which is long enough for him to use it to help knock out Minotauros. And then the floor underneath them starts to give way. Not that they notice right away, as they note that, the ceiling's starting to get farther away. And then they realize that they are falling directly towards the blood. Now, fortunately, they're on a very large spot, so they are able to jump off and get to a ledge before it falls into the boiling pot of blood. Minotauros also lands safely, though he is down for the count for the moment. Won't be long for that. But unsurprisingly, they have reached level 4, just not the way that Magellan thought. So he makes sure that the demon guards are set up on the exit down to level 5, because that's where Luffy is obviously going to go, and he begins working on not only sending other guards to go and face him, but starting to get ready to go face him himself. Buggy and Mr. 3 obviously get the fuck out of there. Like, they don't want to be involved in the fight at all. Luffy is hungry, and he is able to actually smell where the kitchen is on level 4. And that's kind of his current goal at the moment, is to find the kitchen so he can get some food before continuing down. So he is off that way. Bon Clay is like up for the idea, so he heads off in that direction as well. And yeah. So things have been going pretty well up until this point. And let's be honest, they've been going a little too well. And it's not an arc if Luffy doesn't get captured in some way, shape, or form. And you can probably go back and check it out. There, practically every single arc that Luffy is a part of, at least the major portion of it, Luffy has been a prisoner in some form or some way. Hell, even just last arc, he was captured. So, of course, Magellan is now getting in on the fight and has arrived in front of Luffy and Bon Clay. Luffy is geared up to fight him. He doesn't care about who this guy is. He is going to fight this guy. But Bon Clay keeps getting in the way, telling him, no, you can't fight him. He is literally he is a poisoned man. If you even touch him, you will die. Which we do get a glimpse of again when he uses his Hydra ability to try to attack Luffy, but they dodge, but it gets some of his guards in the process. Which he quickly calls them idiots. You know you're supposed to clear out when we're fighting. Or when I'm fighting. So, like, he's not, much like most One Piece villains, he's not exactly very caring of his own men. At least not when they get in his way. But there's no way that Luffy is going to be able to keep going if he can't fight Magellan. He understands that. Bon Clay is not willing to die in this situation and eventually does run away. He's heartbroken about the fact that he has no choice but to run away, and he hates it, but he cannot think of a way to defeat Magellan without him dying. So he is out. The fight...
And not like he can't think of a way to defeat Magellan that doesn't have a good chance of death. No, it's like, if I stay and fight, I'm dying. It's not this is likely to be my end. It's in his brain,
it will.
It's a done deal. He's dead if he tries this.
Which Luffy actually understands and says, and essentially just kind of like gives him it's fine if you need to run kind of situation. It's not exactly what he says.
He gives him an out.
Yeah,
he gives him an out.
He's not mad at him for leaving, even if Bon Clay hates himself for leaving Luffy behind. But the fight between Luffy and Magellan does not go well for Luffy, obviously. He does put up a fight and even gets Magellan to go down on his knees with a hit, but he had to sacrifice his hands in order to even do a tiny bit of damage to this poison man. So with essentially his hands are already coated in poison, and it's already taking away the use of his hands. Magellan has the ability to make a gaseous poison with his own breath that he uses to sap away at Luffy's strength. It all eventually leads into one final clash where Luffy is consumed by one of his Hydra techniques, coating him in a toxin that is so filled with different kinds of poisons that he is going to die in the next 24 hours. There is no antidote for the amount of poison that was just put onto Luffy's system. He is, just to show you how much he is fucked, that is the end result of this fight.
Holy shit.
He is coated in this shit. The prison guards are ordered by Magellan to collect up Luffy and transfer him to level 5, where he will be held until he dies. Bon Clay does get away, and makes his way back over to the exit that goes to level 3, where Buggy and Mr. 3 had previously already gone. Hannibal is the one who was watching the door. It's actually that specific image of him right there. That's him watching the door that goes up to level 3. They go into attack. Essentially, they were attacking. Hannibal, being the kind of guy he is, was going to just let them pass because he could use that against Magellan to be able to become the warden. But they didn't believe him for obvious reasons. So eventually he did have to take them down. And as it turns out, Hannibal's not exactly not exactly an easy person to fight. As he takes down Mr. 3 and Buggy pretty easily. That is until Bon Clay shows up and does fight with him, though upon Warden Magellan's arrival at the scene, everybody's defeated. Magellan is on the ground. Buggy and Mr. 3 are still tied up after their attempt to get past, and Magellan grabs Hannibal by the neck, going, "You let him through, didn't you?" Essentially accusing him of just letting it happen, which, you know, Hannibal tries to wiggle his way out, saying, "No." But yeah, so that was the whole thing that happened. So for level 5, as we will be spending a very short time there, that is actually the freezing hell. Oh, come on, really? Alright, well, I gotta find a better image, because the image that they have here in the wiki is a fucking spoiler for something I haven't explained yet. Come on. There's no better image of this? Are you insane? Alright, well, essentially, the frozen hell is a giant snow-covered plain. There are actual trees in there. There are buildings where the prisoners are kept. And there are also another type of beast that is kept here, specifically because if they were kept on the wild beast hell, they would eat all the other beasts, which are known as...
Just take a minute.
Okay.
Thanks. Yep.
Spooky, scary, spooky, scary.
Spooky scary. They're known as army wolves.
Oh my god. Do they have training?
They tend to not eat the guards who come in here.
Neat.
Trying to find a good place for it.
I'm working on a new overlay.
Oh yeah? For streaming?
Yeah. Yeah.
King said that he wanted to talk with me about ones, and that you might too. So if you want my help, I'm willing to help.
Perhaps. I didn't know anything about King asking you for help, but yeah, maybe.
Eh. I wouldn't be against designing an overlay for you. I drew my own after all. Kinda.
That would be pretty cool.
I mean, I used a lot of base images, but like certain things of it are mine.
Which is fair. Valid. Completely valid. I like yours. Yours is good.
I've thought about redoing it and making the screen portion like as the canvas of the ship, you know?
That
this-
would be pretty cool.
But that's gonna take some work. So I'm not worried about it right
That
now.
is also true.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back. But yeah, the army wolves.
Live?
What, huh?
You live?
Yeah, I just had to use the restroom.
Alright, cool.
But yeah, the army wolves are essentially like so vicious that they would eat any of the other beasts, even the Sphinx up on level 2. So they're kept down here where they can only eat prisoners. Because this place is a
Damn.
thing. Luffy is dragged into one of the cells and thrown in, where he is still heaving from the poison that is slowly killing him over the next 24 hours, to the point where even like the fucking prisoners are like, are you serious? Are you really just gonna put him in here and force us to watch this kid die? And he's still calling out to try to find Ace. It's a whole thing that's going on. But meanwhile, back with Hannibal and and Mr. 3 and Buggy, we quickly find out, after being put into an interrogation room, that Hannibal is not Hannibal. He is in fact Bon Clay, who has stolen Hannibal's image,
Yes.
which he got by using Nami's body to make the guy think that he was going to be able to get with a really hot woman for a second. And Bon Clay immediately tied him up, and he's in a storage closet back on level 4.
Yeah.
Because remember, he touched Nami back in the day. Anyway.
Way back when.
So, now, essentially the plan is, at least Bon Clay's plan is, we head down to level 5, get Luffy, and get him to someone who can help him, because Bon Clay is actually here looking for someone as well, and it's another reason why he's not willing to leave yet. He is looking for a man who supposedly went missing a couple of years ago that was also in Impel Down, a man known as the Miracle Worker and the Queen of all Okamas, Emporio Ivankov. And
that name shouldn't ring a bell. Shut it.
It depends on how little you knew, or how much you knew about the One Piece fandom before this.
I knew nothing.
Well, then it shouldn't.
You like Jinbei. I knew you liked Jinbei. That's about as much as I knew about the One Piece fandom.
Jinbei, good boy. But yeah, nah, I don't know why you've heard of him then. I'm actually impressed.
No, I haven't heard of him. I was just like, you were building him up so much. I'm like,
oh no, this is the first we've ever heard of him.
Okay.
But he is known as a miracle worker and the queen of the Kamabaka Kingdom, which is actually a place that we have seen a little while ago. It's the place where Sanji ended up. That's his island. But he has been in Impel Down for quite some years now, though apparently, according to the records, he suddenly disappeared one day. And while disguised as Hannibal, Bon Clay is trying to get information on that while they head down to level 4, because Mr. 3 and Buggy are sticking with him at the moment, because being with the Vice Warden is safer than trying to run around on their own, with Magellan also able to be, called on if need be. But yeah, so in that situation, they learn about what the guards and the members of the staff of Impel Down call demoning away, which is honestly, it shows like some of this, just how comfortable they were with their work, that they never really looked into this much longer. But essentially, there's just times in the prison's history where prisoners just straight up disappeared from their cells. Nobody broke out. There's no record of anyone being released. They're just gone. And they have come to say that it's like some monster or some demon inside of the prison that's just taking the prisoners when nobody is looking, kind of situation, which Bon Clay immediately calls bullshit on. But they make it into level 4, and they're all decked out in coats and ready to go. And then the guards are like, all right, we'll take your coats now. And while it's understandable for Mr. 3 and Buggy to not be allowed to have coats because they're prisoners going into level 4, it's weird that Hannibal was being asked to give his coat up, which is quickly explained by the guards going, "Oh yeah, we're such big fans of yours. Like the fact that you would even always just go into level 4 without a coat on to show like your strength for us is incredible, and it's really cool." So he has to give up the coat, and therefore is currently shirtless in the ice. It's yeah.
Oh,
Well,
so it doesn't mean Blind Clay has to go up to the skies.
no, he just has
That's
to
what
get
I
rid of
thought
the coat.
happened. Okay.
Yeah, no, he just has to take his coat off. Because he's currently wearing Hannibal's clothes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
He stole his visage and his clothes.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
His devil fruit only allows him to copy a way a person looks, not what they're wearing. So anytime he's turned into Nami and Zoro or anybody else, he's always been wearing his prison outfit.
Okay.
But yes, so the 4 of them are now in there. Mr. 3 and Buggy, of course, immediately abandon Bon Clay to try to find a way back out, running across the army wolves quite a bit, and kind of being a distraction. That image right there is actually a showing of them trying to get away from the army wolves by using Mr. 3's wax, which is as hard to steal in the right conditions. Though dogs can dig, so they dig a tunnel underneath and it doesn't last very long. Why they didn't put wheels on it in the first time, because there's actually like a bar where they lift it up on their shoulders to move. I don't know, but you know, it's all for the joke. But back in the prison cell where Luffy is able to still move, he is conscious, is trying to get himself out of the cell by dragging himself across the floor, trying to just open the cell, and is being told by the prisoners inside that he should just give up. Nobody is coming here to save you. You can't even save yourself. That kind of situation. And they're very adamant about it until suddenly a voice rings out from the side as we see Bon Clay, only in a shirt and pants, has arrived to save Luffy, to get him out of the cell and try to get him to someone who can help. So he packs him onto a sled and starts dragging him around, trying to find information about Emporio Ivankov, to which most people don't know what happened to him. They said he just disappeared one day. The weirdo, he's just gone. And eventually somebody points to the forest saying, "Yeah, I've seen him. I saw somebody weird dancing over there somewhere." And as it turns out, the guy was lying, because the way he pointed to them was actually where the army wolves usually go to sleep and shit. So, of course, Bon Clay taking the guy at his word at this point, because fuck it. He doesn't have anything else.
Yeah.
He goes over that way. Eventually they are surrounded by wolves, and Bon Clay is doing his best to fight back, but the conditions of the cold, the fact that he is not dressed for this weather whatsoever, is making it far easier for them to get attacks on him than would be under the right conditions. And Bon Clay is very nearly killed until Luffy suddenly wakes up, practically unconscious at this point, and releases another burst of Conqueror's Haki subconsciously, knocking all of the wolves out around them. Bon Clay is, of course, surprised and confused by what just happened before
now's not the time for questions. Get moving.
No, unfortunately, he is bleeding out a lot at the moment. His body is battered. They've been through some shit today. He immediately passes out. Not long after that happens, there is a mysterious figure in an orange and white suit with the same sort of hairstyle that comes up to find them in the surrounded by the knocked out wolves. They're holding a little glass of wine, and has the figure of a woman at the moment. And sometime later, Bon Clay actually does wake up and he finds himself in. He's hearing jovial laughter. He's hearing music. He's hearing a lot of things that you don't expect to hear inside of a prison. And his body is bandaged up. He's like, his wounds are taken care of. He's actually feeling a little bit healed up, not entirely, but definitely better than he had been. And he heads out towards where the sound is. Going out there, he actually finds himself in a sort of bar-like place. It's full of people who are dressed funny. There are men and women here. There's some people that are kind of flamboyant that are hanging around. And up on stage, it seems to be a show getting ready to happen as the savior of Bon Clay and his and Luffy does show up to talk to Bon Clay, telling him, just hang around for a second. You're gonna want to watch this. This is... Nope, not that one. This is who it is, as by the way. This is Inazuma.
I like her hair.
Yeah. And up on stage, there's a bit of fanfare. Some dudes, they're dressed funny and wearing stockings. The entire place is very weird. But out on stage comes a very large man singing and dancing and having a damn good old time, and is introduced as the man that Bon Clay has been looking for. As we are introduced to Emporio Ivankov. Personally, one of my favorite characters in this fucking series.
All right, let's go.
Take a guess which one's Emporio Ivankov.
The one with main character syndrome.
There you go. But he is the queen of level 5.5, New Kamaland. It is an area that is in between level 5 and level 6. Now, level 6 is actually where Ace is being held. And level 6 is not a place that is known to the public whatsoever. Like, people know about the different levels. They don't know what they are exactly. They just know, generally, there are 5 levels to impel down, if you're informed. Level 6 is where you go when the world government wants to erase your existence. That is where people who are kept, who should never be able to see the light of day again, are kept. And Crocodile's down there, which is something to say about Crocodile. But yeah. But this is an area in between. Apparently, it was created by some Devil Fruit user way back in the day who had the ability to dig, and was left behind. The entire time, Ivankov and his group have been stealing away prisoners, bringing them into here to essentially start building an army to eventually break out one day. He explains later on that it's not the time for that, so he probably won't be breaking out. But we also get a example of his devil fruit. Now, this is a devil fruit that Riley would probably love to get her hands on, and honestly, any trans person would love to get their hands on, or at least interact with.
I've heard of this fruit.
Want to take a stab at the name?
Gender fruit?
No, the hormone fruit.
Okay.
So it's not just gender changing that this man can do. He can do anything that hormones can in soft science do.
Incredible.
But we do get a display of his powers, as while the party is going on, some big muscly dude bursts into the room, who apparently had been previously stolen from his cell somewhere, with a cannon in his hands, yelling at Ivankov, saying, "This is all your fault. I became a pirate because of you. My dad went to your stupid island one day and he came back a woman. And because of you, they kicked us out of my country. I am no longer the prince and I had to become a filthy pirate." And he tries to shoot at Ivankov. Ivankov has a little bit of a ditty that he loves to do, where he pretends like something is happening to him that's bad. Like he's worried. In this case, "Oh no, you can't shoot me. I'll die if you hit me." And then eventually he pulls a knot on the person to which the crowd usually reacts in a funny way to him for that. And then he uses one of his abilities, which definitely doesn't come from his devil fruit. This is just something he can do, as he uses Death Wink, which basically he bats his eyelash, it sends out a pressure wave, and it destroys the cannonball. Don't ask me. I don't know how he does it. But then he jumps over to the man, basically saying, "So your dad wanted to be a woman. Who cares? A fucking a woman and a woman being in a relationship? Who cares? So what if you have two moms? So what if you're two moms and a daughter, or two dads and a son? Who gives a shit about that stuff? We don't care about that here in Newcama, because they're all about just blurring the gender lines entirely."
All right, you know what? Well, after what had happened last arc, I gotta give it to Oda. You've redeemed yourself a bit here.
Yes, like this is the start of him. Like they're all considered very weird and very flamboyant, and it's done in a weird way. But they are not shown as like the monstrous creatures that are shown on the island where Sanji currently is. They're just normal ass people who are fucking weird and don't care what gender they're presented as at the moment. He also then proceeds to use his female hormone ability to turn the guy into a woman. Who then just fucking runs off because he's not ready to join the Newcama, and he hates the fact that he's just been turned into a woman. So that's a whole thing. But we get to eventually learn, after Bon Clay is done being starstruck by being before the man he has been looking for this entire time, he then remembers, you've got to help my friend Strawboy. He's in really bad condition. And Ivankov's like, yeah, no, we know. We're already working on that. As we go to a separate area of the underground compound, or rather in between level compound, I suppose you should say, where Luffy is currently being held. It is a large room, and there's a door at the very end, and from inside of that door, Luffy is screaming bloody murder. Ivankov basically explains that he had a talk with Luffy and said, hey, I can help you, but not only is the chances of this working slim to none, if it does work, you're gonna lose about 10 years of your life. And of course, Luffy is all for it, because at this point, he doesn't care. He needs to save his brother. He is still...
And also because, what are 10 years of my life compared to,
dying.
having none?
Really, it was his only option. But he...
Like, this is gonna, I'm letting you know this as a courtesy, that this is gonna suck. But it's better than what's gonna happen to you if I don't do this.
And by the way, everybody in Newcama Land has been watching what's been going on. Because they have a hookup into Impel Down's video transponder sale network.
Let's go.
So they have been actually watching the entire situation going on. They also know about what's going on outside the prison because they're able to steal newspapers. So they know about the war that's coming up and everything. But essentially, Luffy is stabbed with... So the way that Ivankov's powers actually work is he's able to manifest needles on the ends of his fingers. And that's what he uses to stab and inject the hormones into you. Mm-hmm. And he used that to inject the miracle hormone into Luffy, which essentially, it in a way allows him to take control of his immune system to literally fight the poison. So he is in a physical battle of will and pure strength against the poison that is trying to kill him right now. And they've been in there for, I believe it was about 12 hours.
All right.
At least that's how long that Bon Clay was knocked out for. And Luffy's been doing that since. Again, the chances of his survival are slim to none. Bon Clay is allowed to take a quick look at him through a little slot that opens up inside the door. And what he sees inside is fucking horrifying. Luffy's body is definitely having a fucking time. We don't really get to see it. It's more of like just a silhouette that pops up for a second and yells, and Bon Clay just begs him to just stop whatever he's doing and get a real doctor to help him, to which Ivankov punches him in the face and says, nobody can actually help him right now. The only one who can do anything is Luffy himself. And that's it.
I gave him the fighting chance, but he's the one who has to do the fighting.
Right. So he just says, just for now, it's going to be like, it's going to be 24 hours. He's going to miss the war anyway. Just let him work on this, and we'll see if he survives till morning. Also, sometime in that meantime, Inazuna decided he didn't want to be female anymore. Because honestly, Inazuma just kind of switches genders on a fucking whim. So that's his male form.
I've seen that. I've seen the masculine form of this character before.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go. He's always got a wine glass in him, and he's always wearing a half orange, half white suit.
With it being the opposite direction of his hair. Which...
No, actually, it's the same.
It's the same.
Yeah, the image.
My brain just...
I kind of thought the same too, but that's okay. But yeah,
it's a side effect of all the strokes.
Yeah.
Yes.
The tasting of bananas. But yeah. So Bon Clay is told to just come back to the party and just don't worry about Straw Hat for right now. We'll worry about it later. But Bon Clay doesn't stay for very long, as he quickly goes back to where Straw Hat is and starts screaming for Luffy to hang in there. He's the most he can do right now is support and put himself out there to help out.
Damn it, he's gonna do that.
And he is. He disappears for about an hour from the party, to which some of the members are like, he's probably yelled himself into a coma by now. We should definitely go check on him. And so they walk over to find out, and they hear him yelling still. It's been like an hour or two, and they're shocked. Eventually, everybody goes in there and is so inspired by Bon Clay's just constant need to try to support Luffy, to the point where he's actually coughing up blood. He's been yelling so much, the way that I feel after these long talks. And eventually, the entirety of Newkama land just joins in with yelling out their support to Straw Hat, telling him to hang in there. And about a total of 6 hours pass, and suddenly the other side of the door is silent. They assume that he is. They assume that he is passed. Ivankov notes that it's been 20 hours, and it's actually pretty impressive that he has fought for so long. But, you know, sometimes you just can't win it. And then the bang happens on the door. Followed by another bang, which shocks everybody. And then just a fucking guttural yell for meat. Luffy is definitely still alive, which is pretty clear considering the series continues on from this point. It's not a shock. But yes, not only has he done it, he has done it in a quicker time than it was supposed to have been done, which like shocks the hell out of Ivankov. They start bringing food in. He's eating his fucking fill. Eventually, he does come out of the room where like his upper body is like this shriveled kind of looking form, and his lower body is just this big old orb of where all the food he'd been consuming, which is basically about a month or two's worth of food that they had in Newkama Land. So there's a lot of food, and then he just fucking absorbs it all. And his body goes back to physical normal. Yeah, it's a time. He sees that Bon Clay, after like getting his head together and getting some new clothes, he sees that Bon Clay is all right. He's like, oh, "You're fine, great." As it turns out, when they first got there, the only one of the two that was still even moderately conscious was Luffy, and he was, rather than begging for his own life, he was begging to Ivankov to save Bon Clay, because it's just the dude that he is. He doesn't care about himself in many cases. As long as his friends are okay, that's when he's okay. But yeah. So they get him some new clothes, and they get to talking. And he's just like, Bon Clay, who's passed out now that Luffy's okay, he's like, Bonchan came down here to save you, Ivankov, to bust you out. So you gonna like come with us after we get Ace? And he's like, no, I can't leave yet. I've got to wait for a signal from Dragon. You see, I'm part of the Revolutionary Army. And he's like, and Luffy's just like, oh, you mean Dad? Which just throws everyone in the room for a fucking loop. Because, of course...
It's like, excuse me? Excuse me? What did you say?
Nobody knows that Dragon even has a son in the Revolutionary Army. He's apparently kept that secret. For obvious reasons.
For an impressively long time.
I know, especially considering Garp was so easily told about it. But I guess the only person he told was his grandson eventually. So yeah. So Ivankov puts 2 and 2 together. Not only is Luffy Dragon's son, that by proxy means that Ace must also be Dragon's son. So why would the world government risk a war not only with Whitebeard, but also with the Revolutionary Army? By putting the leader's son up on the chopping block. But now this is assigned to Ivankov. He gives the order that we need to start getting ready to go. Everybody start preparing. Me, Inazuma, and Luffy will head down to level 6 in order to save Ace Boy, because he's gonna start being moved here pretty soon. So they need to get down there as fast as possible. Luffy is geared up, ready to go, and then he falls over and passes out. I mean, which is not unsurprising considering the fact that he has been constantly going for the last day and a half now. He just fought a 20-hour-ish battle against a literal deathly poison. The fact that he was even able to stand up and talk is insane. So Ivankov helps out, using his hormones to basically dope Luffy with an energy steroid that, while it will keep him going for about 12-ish hours or so, he is going to be feeling some massive side effects afterwards. So yeah. So he's geared up, he's got a lot of energy, and Ivankov, Inazuma, and him head off to get to level 6. Fuck worrying about any kind of security as they bust out through the doors of level 5, scaring the shit out of a couple of prisoners who thought he was dead. Ivankov was dead a long time ago. And of course the prisoners as well. And they start heading down the stairs to level 6. By this point, Hannibal had been found, and it was realized that that Bon Clay was, of course, impersonating him, and that's why they didn't think about it. He notices what's going on. He starts freaking out because, honestly, he's the one in charge right now. The reason for that is that the transfer of Ace is beginning to happen. So right now, Magellan is in charge of that, leaving the Vice Warden in charge of everything else. They are currently already down in level 6, going to get the prisoner. And if anything should happen, not only would this come down on the Warden, it would also come down on him. So he can't just blame this on the Warden. He's actually got to do his job and do it right. So he starts setting up traps. He's setting up people in the way of the 3 that are heading down. And it's not really working, but it does slow them down long enough that Ace is actually taken while they are on their way down to level 6. In the instance of this situation, Ivankov does kidnap a guard in order to be used to help him find where Ace is being kept. A guard who, it actually turns out, was probably trans in the way that it's played, because he does the female hormone on her again, and she's immediately thankful for it. So it was a literal trans character there. She immediately sides with Ivankov, tells him exactly where Ace is supposed to be being kept, and they run to the cell, only to find that Ace is not there. Jinbei, who was of course in the exact same cell, does provide the information that you just missed him. Like, he was literally just taken. If you get to the elevator now, you can probably catch him. And the others take note of the fact that there's a warlord in there, and that's kind of weird. But Luffy is just immediately like, thanks, and runs off to get back to the stairs so he can start working his way back up to try to get to Ace, who's taking the elevator. So he's practically already on the top level anyway. Ah! Woo! Hour left. I can do this. So, in that time period, unfortunately, now Hannibal is actually doing his job. So, not only does he drop the elevator, or at least the portion of the elevator for level 6, to where the chain can no longer be used for them to be able to go up it. He also has a cage dropped around the stairs that they took to get in here in the first place, along with sleeping gas that is now going to be pumped into level 6. In doing this, we not only see that Luffy is apparently very susceptible to sleeping gas, as he runs directly into it and passes out, which Ivankov notes that, God damn it, this boy is way too reckless. Though he is very inspired by him because he's willing to keep going, and it reminds him a lot of Dragon in this instance. We get to see Inuzuma's devil fruit, which is known as the Snip Snip fruit, at least in Funimation and Viz. Essentially, it allows him to turn his hands into massive scissors, or small parts of his hands to make tiny scissors, where he can essentially cut anything he cuts with those blades like paper and manipulate it like paper. So he runs around, he cuts massive strips in the stone floor and flips them up at the stairwell that's spewing out the gas, essentially trapping the gas in there. This is a little bit of a problem because now they're stuck on level 6 until somebody does something, which Ivankov makes a little easier for them to just kind of figure things out by disabling the video transponder snail that's in there. And then who should speak up and offer his help other than Crocodile, who says, if you let me go and help me break out of here, because I want to be part of the war, then I can make a hole in the ceiling and we can get out. Now, obviously, having history with this man, Luffy is very much against the idea. He doesn't like Crocodile. He fucked with Vivi's country. He made her sad. He doesn't like him. Crocodile says, that whole thing's over with. That's fucking water under the bridge. I don't care about Alabasta anymore. Don't worry. Luffy's still hesitant, but another voice does ring out, begging to go with them. And not one that's just claiming it because he wants to get out, but Jinbei is literally going, take me with you. I spoke out against this war. I don't want to see this happen. The others are hesitant, but Luffy, after staring Jinbei in the eyes for a good while, eventually says, okay, yeah, let him go. He can help us. Which the others are shocked, going, he's a warlord. Are you sure? Like, he seems like a good guy. I think he can actually help. So, Jinbei is let free.
I will just point out, he's in this prison too, and he's in a cell, guys.
And not in a prison outfit either. He's in his normal clothes. Obviously, his circumstances for being here are a little strange. But not only is he released, but under certain conditions, mostly in the fact that Ivankov actually apparently has some form of information on Crocodile. Something of a sordid past between the two that he can hang over our Croco boy's head to make him behave and not try to run off and do some crazy shit or betray them immediately. Crocodile is also released. In that time period, eventually some guards do come down, blasting a hole through the floor that was whipped up onto the stairs, and they come in to find a large spiral in the middle of the room that is going up into the ceiling, where there is a massive hole. Initially, the guards kind of ignore it and start to spread out until Shiryu calls out saying, do you really think they're still here after seeing that? What kind of idiots are you? It's like, yeah, it's pretty obvious that they fucking escaped through the ceiling. So now, not only is Straw Hat Luffy a guy who was supposed to be dead, not dead, there is a pair of prisoners who were supposed to have been long gone are back, and 2 other major level prisoners have been released in the form of Jinbei and Crocodile. So now the plan is break out, get to Marineford, and save Ace as quickly as they possibly can. And with Crocodile and Warlord on their side, the breakout starts to go very well.
I gotta go turn off my alarm. Right back.
Okay. We're actually pretty close to done, so I should be able to finish up in this last hour.
Stop.
Whew. How you hanging in there, Turtle?
I be hanging.
Any questions while we're waiting on him to come back?
None at the current moment.
Got you. I'm gonna grab some water really quick. I'll be right back.
Yee.
Alright, I'm back.
All right, give me a second. I'm at my water.
Hi, hon.
Hey, hon.
I'm trying to make myself a new overlay,
Oh.
just for the funsies. And then, like, hopefully use if it looks good.
Sure, it'll look fine.
Huh?
I'm sure it'll look fine.
Hopefully.
All right. But yeah, so the breakout plan has gone into action. The handoff of Ace has gone off without much of an incident. You know, if you don't count what's actually going on in the prison at the moment. The Navy is none the wiser to the situation at the moment, as they are planning to handle the situation themselves. They head back in to start getting ready. The trip to level 4 is very quick. They get up there almost instantly and start fighting their way through the massive amount of guards that have been sent. But with the combined efforts of 2 warlords and Straw Hat Luffy, not really much of a fight. Mr. 1 is eventually let go because they're also freeing every prisoner they can on their way out to cause as much chaos as possible to make it easier for them to get away. Because the ultimate plan is to steal a Navy ship. Because that's the only way they're going to be able to even get out of here, because they're on the comm belt. They need a Navy ship that's able to travel on the water because they've got the paddle wheels, essentially. So while this is happening,
Welcome back, Leviathan. Or Tamer. I don't know why I said Leviathan.
Yeah,
Welcome back, Tamer.
you are just in time for the escape.
Oh wow!
Or the beginnings
Already
of the
got that
escape.
far.
I'm surprised at how far I've gotten too.
Yeah.
Apparently I've been keeping this pretty concise.
By the way, how do you like the description of the prison so far, King?
Could have done without the boiling pot of human blood.
Yeah, it's a fucking fun time, huh?
Yep.
Speaking of fun times, a new Navy ship has arrived at Impel Down. One that's was not here to pick up Ace and is actually showing up after Ace's arrival. As it turns out, now knocking on Impel Down's door and taking out most of the guards in front of the door is the Blackbeard Pirates, who have arrived on scene. And they definitely were not ordered to come here by the world government whatsoever. They are here for their own devices. Huh?
Wink.
Yeah. No, actually, no, not at all. They definitely were not told to come here by the world government. All of the warlords are supposed to be at Marineford to be prepared for the war. And he left.
Got it.
and they don't know what the goals are, but clearly it's not something that's good for Impel Down at this moment in time. So Magellan now taking charge of the situation, much thanks to which is thankful from Hannibal, because you know the situation has been pretty shit this entire time. He has made a decision that in order to try to get everything to once again be under control and make sure that everything is gets taken care of, he is choosing to let Shiryu out of his cage in order to deal with the Blackbeard pirates who are now making their way into the prison. Meanwhile, back on level 2, somehow, some way, through all forms of adversity and the guards being a little bit better over the last 20-ish hours or so, Mr. 3 and Buggy have made their way back up to level 2 and had started a riot because the Sphinx is gone, which is really the biggest problem. And with enough people and weapons that they could fucking release from their cages, they can cause a pretty good riot. At least until Magellan blocks off the main exit with a wall of poison. So they're kind of stuck at the moment, though everybody is believing in Captain Buggy because he's a legend and he's gotten this far and he's been causing so much trouble in this place this entire time and freed all of us, so they believe him a lot.
Definitely.
No, they do.
Yep.
Yeah,
No, they legit do.
I know. So
Oh, okay.
Definitely got this.
That felt sarcastic.
Yeah.
He's definitely got this part.
Listen, I know. Am I really that hard to read?
Yeah.
In that one instance, yeah.
Jesus.
Generally, I catch it pretty easily, but that one just felt sarcastic.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I wouldn't believe
I
it
love
either.
how King just agrees. I love how King just like, yep, you're just terrible to try to read, babe. I was like, oh, okay. Amazing.
Yep.
There's a couple of jokes that happen. They try to use like the same things that Luffy used to fight the Minotaur back down, where Mr. 3 coats one of Buggy's hands in wax to try to punch the actual ooze, and they cover it in wax to at least hold off the actual gases for a little bit. It's all not really working, and in order to save face, Buggy says that he's got to take a whiz, and he goes off to go take a leak, and everybody follows him, where he takes the longest leak ever at all possible. He's just sitting there draining everything. I don't know how he can piss for that long, but apparently his bladder can chop up stuff too. I don't know. While they're gone, I'm making a joke. I don't know how he pissed for that long, is basically what I'm saying. While they're gone, Blackbeard, who was initially confronted by Shiryu up on level 1, after Shiryu was released from his prison and immediately cut down the guards that released him, by the way. Yeah, I'm sure he's on the prison side. There was a temporary encounter that happened, but apparently it must have gone in Blackbeard's favor because he is now down on level 2 and uses his darkness to absorb the poison and remove it from the doorway and continue his way through the prison with his crew. Magellan notes that he has lost contact with level 1 security and doesn't understand why, but he doesn't have much time to think about it as he's trying to get down to level 4 as quickly as he can due to the fact that Hannibal is currently trying to hold off Straw Hat and the other escapees, and it's not going well whatsoever. He has to take the elevator that is on the opposite side of level 4, so he's not going to be able to make it there very quickly, but he's confident that Hannibal can try to hold them off long enough for him to get there. Hannibal is constantly getting put back down by Luffy and standing back up. He's giving speeches about how this prison is necessary to make sure that citizens everywhere are kept away from the horrors and evils that we keep inside. He's giving a speech that's very, the world is black and white, and you guys are the darkness that needs to stay in this hole. At least until the guards that he has posted up on the stairs are sucked into darkness, and a foot comes flying out into Hannibal's face from none other than Blackbeard, as he tells him if you took 10 seconds to look outside of your damn prison, you'd see the world isn't that black and white. As much as you hate the guy,
Do I hate Blackbeard in this.
The dude has so many fucking points. Like, he gave that whole speech back in Jaya about how dreams never die and was encouraging Luffy to go to find the Sky Islands because of course they exist and that kind of shit. The dude is very much an inspiration, and you can understand why people follow him, even if he seems like he's a bit of a yutz in many cases. But we also get to finally see that Luffy now has been confronted with a man he did not know was Blackbeard until just now. As Jinbei calls out to him saying, "What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be in Marineford like you were ordered?" And calling him by his name, or his epithet, Blackbeard. This, of course, pisses Luffy off something fierce, as Blackbeard admits, oh yeah, your brother. You should be thanking him, Straw Hat. Because if it wasn't for you, you'd be the one up on the gallows today, and he'd be walking free. Because if you'll remember, Blackbeard initially was going after Straw Hat when Ace showed up. But he got a good enough target that he could turn him over to the world government and get what he wanted, which was apparently a warlord position, though now he seems to be throwing that away for some reason, which we don't know yet. There's a bit of a confrontation that happens between the two. Magellan does finally make it to the fourth floor and is on his way. People in the back are yelling that he's coming and we got to get moving. And eventually Jinbei is able to show that he is able to not control Luffy, but he can reason with him enough to make him give up on trying to beat up Blackbeard, because it's not what's important right now. So for now, the two go their own separate ways. Blackbeard notes that Luffy's haki is a lot stronger because he landed some good hits on Blackbeard, even if he did eventually use his powers to take away the Devil Fruit ability for a moment and badly injure Luffy in a way that he shouldn't be able to by just bashing him into the floor, which he would normally absorb. But he does say, like, hey, Luffy's like, I'm going to save Ace. And Blackbeard's like, I hope you do. Nothing's impossible in this world. But we're going to put on a show that'll shake the whole damn thing. And they go their separate ways. We follow Blackbeard for a moment as he comes across Magellan, who's not taking any of his shit, and immediately attacks them with a wave of poison. Which apparently Blackbeard did not expect whatsoever, and the five of them take that to the face immediately. And Magellan just moves on, saying, I don't have time for you. I have more important shit to worry about, and just moves on. So much for the Blackbeard pirates, I guess. Ain't no miracle coming for that, right?
Yep, because Oda is definitely gonna get rid of him.
The chase is on as Magellan is starting to catch up. They make it to level 3, though Magellan is definitely hot on their heels. Ivankov realizes that they need a distraction in order to stop him. The demon guards had been mostly taken care of back down on level 4. It's a fun instance of just showing just how powerful Luffy and the two warlords really are, because they're the only ones who were able to fight the demon guards in general. Which just, throws everybody off, because that's the fun part of this series, is witnessing when the monsters actually come out. But they've been taken down for the moment, though they are starting to recover, as noted by Crocodile, who is the one to reveal that they are awakened Devil Fruit users, that their recovery is... Do we have to pause?
Taking my meds, I'm helping with the stream. I'm taking my meds. Alright.
Bye.
Alright.
Yeah. But yeah, So Ivankov realizes that they need a distraction to just keep Magellan at bay long enough for them to get upstairs to the next level. So they, of course, do so. Or in this case, he does so, making sure that everyone gets to the stairs, goes up. He orders Inazuma to do what he needs to do, and he prepares to face Magellan head on. Inazuma, taking out his scissors, puts them into the wall and starts running up the stairs while he slices them. The plan essentially is to leave Ivankov behind and destroy the stairs so Magellan just can't possibly make his way up there. At least that's the hope. There is a brief exchange that is happening down between the two, and while Ivankov does hold him off for a little bit, ultimately he is defeated by being hit with poison. Now, thankfully, he is only hit with one kind of poison, unlike Luffy before him. So he is not dying. Well, he is dying, but it's not as bad as, say, getting hit with, like, every poison ever. But he does make his way up, bursting his way into level 2, and Inazuma attempting to fight him off, but unfortunately is also defeated. Meanwhile, back up on the now level 1, where more prisoners are being released by Buggy and Mr. 3, the Straw Hat Escape Gang has made it to the top, like surprising the crap out of everyone. We get a nice wholesome moment of Luffy being really relieved to see that Buggy and Mr. 3 are perfectly fine and okay, which hurts them in the heart. They start to go over the fact that they have another problem. Not only is there word that unfortunately they were not able to stop Magellan, who is still on their way, there's also another bit of a problem. Some of the prisoners have made it to the main door of Impel Down, and they go out to find out that Magellan was one step ahead of them, as all of the Navy ships that were surrounding the prison are now seemingly gone. Meaning they don't have anything that they can escape on to get away anymore. Some do note that they see out in the very far distance the silhouettes of the ships, and they realize that the ships are still there, but they can't really get there because of the Sea Kings. At least until Jinbei comes up, rips off one of the doors, jumps into the water, and says, "Anybody who wants to come with me." Essentially, the plan is head out there with Jinbei as their boat, essentially, to steal a ship. Mr. 1 and Crocodile both, of course, jump on, ready to go, and Buggy follows. His new followers think that he's going to help with the thing, but really Buggy's plan is to stay with the strongest guys so that way he feels like he's safer. I don't know why he thought that, because they were about to go raid a bunch of Navy ships, but whatever. So they are sent out there. Luffy and Mr. 3 stay behind to hold back Magellan, because we've learned that Mr. 3's wax powers are actually able to hold back the poison. We need an image of this. There's no way I can.
Oh, God.
Well, alright. Well, before we get an image of that, I should get you an image of this. So this is what is currently happening with Jinbei, Crocodile, and Mr. 1. As Jinbei takes them, again, on a door he just ripped off its hinges, barehanded, heading out to sea, to try and steal a ship. Did you find it?
Yes, I have found a pretty good one.
Yeah, me.
It is while he is absolutely enamored with this gift.
Yes! And I can just copy it. This, with the help of Mr. 3, is Champion Luffy.
Okay.
Essentially, it's steel hard boxing gloves made out of wax and prosthetics for his feet. Essentially, so he can touch Magellan. Because the whole
He
problem...
can punch and kick him.
Yeah, he can punch and kick him. Because the whole problem before was that if he did that, his bare skin would absorb the poison. Now that they're covered, he can actually fight against Magellan without too much of an issue. I mean, he still has to make sure that the rest of his himself doesn't get hit by the poison, but, you know...
But the parts that are reaching out don't have to worry
Exactly.
about.
Fight.
And a fight does, in fact, happen. One that Magellan gets so pissed off about that he decides to break out his ultimate attack. As he breaks out the Venom Demon. I would love to show you an image. I just need to actually see one.
Let me see if I can find one.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah. And this poison is apparently a poison so corrosive that it is able to actually start to eat away at the very stone around it. It's able to eat away at the wax. Mr. 3 actually says, you know, my wax isn't going to help us anymore. We need to run now. That's the only option. So of course Luffy, seeing that, is just like, yeah, no, you're right, and they start to get out of there.
See, Luffy is smart. He learned.
He's
like, you know what? Okay.
He's only ever, like, he's shown 2 times now that he understands when he's fucked. He only keeps fighting when he knows that there's a reason, or he has no other choice, which is the whole fight from before, because the only way forward was to try to go through Magellan, so he had no choice. Now, he doesn't need to go through Magellan. Magellan is behind him. But yeah, so that's a whole thing that's happening. It's eating away at the poison, killing prisoners as it touches it almost immediately, or at least they are dying very quickly. It's not good.
Oh, and also, the poison spreads by touch.
It spreads by touch.
Yeah.
So, like, one of the prisoners was like, help me, and he's like, why did you touch me? And then the poison spread all over him in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, it's very corrosive, and it spreads very fast. It's
absolutely terrifying.
It's definitely a poison that only Magellan thinks exists. if you can understand it. The fight itself, or at least the run, goes only as far as they can only make it to the door, while Jinbei, Crocodile, and Mr. 1, because Buggy has disappeared upon being launched on the ship, God knows where he's hiding, are working on taking over one of the ships. Jinbei shows just how powerful he is while he's in the water, as he uses his fishman karate to literally throw a spear of water at the ship that they're trying to commandeer, and destroying one of the ballista, or like the cannon setups. Like, the motherfucker is strong to the point where he's like, oh yeah, we're trying to keep this one, sorry.
Sorry, y'all. My bad.
Yeah. But they do eventually take over the ship.
Not used to capture.
Not used to capture, yes. But they do eventually take over. Back with Luffy and the others, they are backed into a corner where Mr. 3 makes the largest candle wall he possibly can that will last as long as it possibly can against Magellan's poison. And Luffy uses a gum giant stamp to push the wall and push him back like so, because they now need, as per orders from Jinbei, who Luffy has come to trust a lot because he's Luffy and that's what he does, who's told them to jump into the sea. So they need to they all need to get the hell out of there. In that same time, Ivankov has used his own abilities to purge his body of poison, using the miracle hormone, which does a lot faster because, again, he was only fighting one poison, gotten Inazuma, and launched himself up through the floor from level 2 after enlarging his head with growth hormone to where he is landed with everyone else. He is definitely falling into unconsciousness, which is bad because now he has a concussion. Because, you know, he just launched himself through stone floors with just his fucking big-ass head. Luffy, after pushing back Magellan, jumps onto Ivankov, saying everybody needs to get on, and Eva, you need to shoot us out into the ocean. You need to fucking do the wink thing. Shoot us out. Ivankov, not really being in his best headspace, agrees immediately and starts to get ready. Everyone piles on to his big fat head, and they get launched out into the sea, where they are not met with the ocean of water,
Nor the sea kings which dwell beneath.
nor they are met with a school of whale sharks,
That's amazing!
called by Jimbei to help get them to the ship. They just kind of bounce them across. It's really cute. And all the whale sharks got the lovely smile on their face. They're all good. And Magellan is just fucking dumbstruck. As now officially, or at least so far, the largest prison break to ever happen in Impel Down's history seems to be completed. Or it would be if there wasn't one last obstacle in the way. The obstacle being the Gates of Justice. And of course, the controls for the Gates of Justice to have them actually open up are back on Impel Down. And why would anyone choose to open those doors who is inside of the prison? This is a problem.
I have a hunch.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
That guy that wants to be warden and is like, how can I make the current warden look like an idiot? So
Oh, no,
I
no.
can get my shit.
No, let him say it.
Keep him. Oh, sorry.
Let him say it.
So I can get in charge. Maybe just slips on a button.
Maybe.
It is-
We'll see.
It is something to note if Big didn't already mention it, but stop slacking off the moment that had someone mentioned. By the way, hey, with this level of breakout, everyone is going to be blamed if it becomes successful.
I did bring that up.
Yeah.
But I'm happy to hear his theories.
Yeah.
No, that's not what happens. But the marine, the vice admirals who are in charge of the other boats are trying to sink their boat. They are heading towards the gate, and they're like, the gates of justice will never open for criminals, except they do start to open, just a little bit. There is there's confusion among the stronger members of the boat, including Luffy, who is excited but at the same time confused. The no-name prisoners and Buggy are all very, yeah, this is awesome, this is great. And then Jinbei reveals the reason why the gates are opening. There is somebody who is missing from the ship. Somebody who should be on the ship.
I'm gonna suggest who I think it might be, because
Oh.
there's a name we heard a while ago
Huh?
that we haven't heard in a while.
Oh yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Crocodile?
No, Crocodile is
Nope.
on the ship.
Crocodiles on
Yeah,
the-
Crocodile was with.
I mentioned that he was
Crocodile
one of the ones who was
the one.
confused.
Wait,
He was also the
no,
one of the
never
ones who
mind.
helped commandeer the ship.
Yeah, he was also part of
Mr. One.
the ship capture. Right there he is, right
If
there.
you tell me we put all this effort to break into Impel Down and rescue Ace, and he kept his sorry ass there, I'm gonna be real.
No,
upset.
Ace has already been handed
No,
off to the
Ace-
Navy.
Yeah, Ace is already
Yeah,
gone.
Ace has already been switched.
Yeah, he's already on his way to Marineford.
Was it the person who can like change the way they look? I forgot his name.
There we go. See, Turtle's paying attention. Yes. Bon Clay has left himself behind, taking on the guise of Magellan, and telling the operators of the Gates of Justice to open the gate.
Oh,
He
that is very good.
well, it's good, but also bad at the same time, because remember, Bon Clay was supposed to escape with everybody. He can't do that now. He is stuck in Impel Down. We cut back to Jinbei, who gives Luffy a mini transponder snail, saying that once we get past and that gate starts closing, you're not going to be able to contact him again. It's the connection will be lost. So he calls a little bit after Magellan had made it down there, because he realized something fucky was going on, sees his clone, realizes that it's that it's Bon Clay, why the other people in there didn't think that that could possibly be a thing, and it's weird that he was telling him to open the gate, but whatever. They just did it anyway.
He was using Magellan's intimidating reputation against him.
He was. They start having a Looney Tunes-esque argument where Bon Clay retakes the visage, saying we should definitely close the gate just in case. After the pirates slip through, make sure it gets closed. It's like, no, leave it open. Close the gate. Leave it open. Close the gate. Close the gate. Open the gate, damn it. The guy hits the button, and then which starts to close the gate, and Bon Clay destroys the controls, so they can't reopen the gate. Yes, it played out full Looney Tunes style. It's so good, but also once again,
I'm not angry. I'm not angry at the Looney Tunes.
No, I know you're not.
Like, damn, good job, Bon Clay.
Yeah, no, yep. I knew you weren't. But yeah, Bon Clay is unfortunately has no choice but to be left behind because he's like that. He's stuck. He can't really go anywhere. There's no ships for him to just suddenly jump on and make it out. There is a very touching farewell to Bon Clay. Basically, he didn't want Straw Hat to know until after they were beyond the gate and beyond the ability to contact him. Yeah. And Luffy is mad at him for sacrificing himself once again to save him. But he promises he's gonna save Ace. He's gonna get his brother back. He's gonna do it for him and that kind of thing. And then the gate closes and the connection is lost. And seemingly Bon Clay goes into what will be his final battle. But I'm gonna spoil right here and now, the motherfucker's not dead. And the only reason why I'm spoiling it right here and now is because it's not mentioned in the main story. It's shown in a cover page.
Okay, cool.
That's the only reason.
Incredible.
He's the new queen of Newcomb Land inside of the prison.
Oh, that's perfect.
Yeah.
That's nice. That's nice.
Good. That's very good.
Yeah, the series has not touched on it, so I'm not gonna bother with holding it back. Also, hi Zapper, welcome in.
Hey Zapper.
But yes, the rescue of Ace from Impel Down was not successful, but Luffy did lead the most, literally lead to the biggest breakout in Impel Down history, which is just a huge ass stain on the government. Something they acknowledge when they call the ship, and Luffy, of course, answers, stating, I'm gonna save my brother. But the ship base, the headquarters, Marine headquarters basically says, we don't need to do anything. You guys are stuck on that tub current unless we open the gate to Marineford or Enies Lobby. And we don't have to do that. So you're just going to sit there and you're going to swirl around until you guys die. Or we send somebody after you after the situation. They also acknowledge that they were wrong to underestimate Buggy as much as they had. Letting the entirety of the ship know, and all those prisoners, that he used to be a member of the Roger Pirates back in the day, which of course just increases the legend of Buggy the Clown even more, as they initially start to set up a riot, because none of the prisoners outside of the Newcomb land guys knew they were going to Marineford after this. They thought they were just breaking out. So they're not really keen on going into a war.
Yeah, they were about to do a little oopsie that we call mutiny.
Mm-hmm. Just a tiny little mutiny.
Tiny one. Very casual. It's a Sunday mutiny.
Hey.
It's something to note that Crocodile and Mr. One already seemed like they could read the room. They already saw.
Even Luffy could read the room.
Yeah, even
he knew it was going to happen. Like, but Buggy eventually speaks up, tells them all to shut up, and is like, no, it's, I am set to become king of the pirates now. We're gonna go to Marineford, and I'm gonna kill Whitebeard to set his stake as an emperor of the sea. So that immediately shuts them all up. They start to believe in their dreams again, and they declare that they will follow Buggy until the day they die. Because a couple of them were actually saying, I'm going to go home and I'm going to be a family man. And then they eventually said, fuck that. I'm following Captain Buggy forever.
Oh, this guy, forever.
Which leads to a fun notion of Crocodile putting away the sand that he was starting to conjure, Mr. One returning his hand to a hand because it was turned into a blade, and Luffy saying, "Oh, so the mutiny's over."
Already?
Yeah,
Damn.
that was fun. But yes,
That was fun. Fun time.
The breakout was a success. They are on their way to Marineford, and we are done for the day, as we will set into part 3 of the Marineford arc, or the Summit War arc, I should say. Thank you, Furry. Thank you. My throat hurts. And also the post-war arc, where we will finish with the first half of One Piece. When we finish this next stream, you guys will be into we will finish like at the set of the time skip that is going to happen. There is also another touch on the rest of the Straw Hats, just trying to figure out how they can get back to Sabaody, but running into obstacles and shit like that. It's not super important just yet, so that's why I'm not covering it right now. Oh, holy shit. But yeah, holy crap. I can't believe I made it all the way through Impel Down. I was worried there for a minute, like we were gonna have to stop halfway through.
And Impel Down.
I mean, Amazon Lily is it's not a long arc. It really isn't.
Yeah, it isn't, but the fact that you got through 2 of them.
I mean, I normally can make it through 2 or 3, depending on how much I explain. It's just
fair enough.
Depending on how many interruptions we do.
That too, but these current arcs are just so dense. There's just, like, that's the reason why Sabaody took like an entire stream, because so much happens and we get introduced to so many new people that I couldn't just leave it out. I had to explain it, but this time I could actually like leave out some things that weren't super important and not explain like certain gags and shit that happened. But yeah, whew.
Do you want to see the thing that I've done?
Yeah, let me get everybody over to Space Pirate if he's still going, and then I will take a look. Because that's who we're raiding into. Because I believe Kay is still doing his charity stream. Charity stream. So we're gonna raid him again.
Continuing to play Lost Judgment.
Yeah. So he's in exactly the same place I left him yesterday. But yeah. Thank you very much for everybody who came in. I am gonna go rest my throat. Turtle, King, Tamer, thank you for being here as normal. And I will be back tomorrow. My throat hurts. I don't want to do another stream right now. With more Pokemon Infinite Fusion to laugh more at crazy shit. I hope everybody looked at the clip I pulled for that one evolution that just fucking got me giggly. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh, God. Bye-bye, watchers.